Section 10 of On the Nature of Things. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eric DeSigo. On the Nature of Things by Lucretius. Translated by John Selby Watson. Section 10, Book 4, Part 1. I range over the trackless regions of the Muses, trodden before by the foot of no poet. It delights me to approach the untasted fountains and to drink, and it transports me to pluck the fresh flowers, and to obtain a distinguished chaplet for my head from those groves whence the Muses have hitherto veiled the temples of no one. In the first place, because I give instruction concerning mighty things, and proceed to free the mind from the closely confining shackles of religion. In the second place, because I compose such lucid verses concerning so obscure a subject, affecting every thing with the grace of poetry. Since such ornament, also, seems not unjustifiable or without reason. But as physicians, when they attempt to give bitter wormwood to children, first tinge the rim round the cup with the sweet and yellow liquid of honey, that the age of childhood, as yet unsuspicious, may find the lips deluded, and may in the meantime drink of the bitter juice of the wormwood, and, though deceived, may not be injured, but rather, recruited by such a process, may recover strength. So now I, since this argument seems, in general, too severe and forbidding to those by whom it has not been handled, and since the multitude shrink back from it, was desirous to set forth my chain of reasoning to thee, O Memmius, in sweetly speaking Pierian verse, and, as it were, to tinge it with the honey of the Muses, if perchance, by such a method, I might detain thy attention upon my strains, until thou gainest a knowledge of the whole nature of things, and perceivest the utility of that knowledge. But since I have demonstrated of what nature the primordial atoms of all things are, and with how different figures distinguished they fly spontaneously through space, actuated by motion from all eternity, and in what manner all things may severally be produced from them, and since I have shown what is the nature of the soul, and from what substances it derives its vigour in its connection with the body, and in what way, being separated from it, it returns to its original elements, I shall now begin to treat of another subject, which is of the greatest concern to these inquiries, namely, that there exist those shapes which we call images of things, shapes which, being separated, like membranes, from the surface of the bodies of objects, flit hither and thither through the air, and which same shapes, not only occurring to us when awake, startle our minds, but also alarm us in sleep, when we often seem to behold strange forms and spectres of the dead, that frequently, when we are torpid in slumber, rouse us with horror. I say that these are images thrown off the bodies of objects, that we may not, by any possibility, suppose that souls escape from Acheron, or that shades of the dead hover about among the living, or that any portion of us can be left after death, when, after the body and substance of the soul have been disunited, they have suffered dissolution into their respective elements. I affirm, then, that thin shapes and figures of objects are detached from those objects, from the surface, I mean, of their bodies, shapes which are to be designated, as it were, their pellicle or bark, because each image bears the likeness and form of that object, whatsoever it be, from whose surface it is detached, and seems to wander through the air. This fact any one, with however dull an intellect, may understand from what follows. In the first place, since many bodies, among objects manifest before our eyes, send off, when disunited, various particles from their substance, partly diffused and subtle, as wood discharges smoke and fire heat, and partly more close and condensed, as whenever grasshoppers in summer lay aside their thin coats, and when calves at their birth cast the membrane from the surface of their bodies, and likewise when the slippery snake puts off his garment among the thorns, for we frequently see the briars gifted with their spoils. Since these things, I say, take place, a thin image may naturally be detached from bodies, that is to say, from the extreme surface of bodies. For why those substances which are more dense should more readily fall away and recede from bodies, than these shapes which are light and subtle, it is quite impossible to tell, especially when there are numberless minute particles on the surface of objects, which may be thrown off in the order in which they have lain, and keep the outline of their figure, and this so much the more easily as, being comparatively few, and placed on the outmost superficies, they are less liable to be obstructed. For assuredly, we not only see many particles discharge themselves, and become detached, as we said before, from the middle and inward parts of bodies, but we observe also colour itself frequently fly off from their surfaces, and this effect yellow, red, and purple curtains publicly exhibit when, stretched across the vast theatres, displayed over the poles and beams, they fluctuate with a tremulous motion. For they then tinge the assembly on the benches, and the whole face of the scene beneath, the persons of senators, matrons, and gods, and vary them with their own colour. And the more the walls of the theatre are shut in around, so much the more all these objects within, suffused with the hue of the curtains, the light of day being affected with it, smile and look gay. When the curtains, therefore, send off colour from their surface, all other objects may naturally send off subtle images. For it is from the superficies that both emit. There are therefore, we must believe, certain outlines of figures, which, formed of a subtle texture, fly abroad, and which nevertheless cannot, at the time that they are separated from bodies, be individually discerned by the eye. Besides, if all odour, smoke, vapour, and other similar substances fly off from bodies in a scattered manner, it is because, while rising from within, they are, as they issue forth, broken by winding passages, nor are there any direct openings of the orifices by which they strive, as they spring up, to fly out. But, on the other hand, when a thin coat of colour from the surface is thrown off, there is nothing that can scatter it, since, being placed on the very superficies, it lies in readiness to fall off unbroken. Moreover, whatever images appear to us in mirrors, in the water, and in any bright object, their substance, since they are distinguished by a form similar to their objects, must necessarily consist in forms thrown off from those objects. For why those grosser consistencies, as smoke and vapour, which many bodies obviously send forth from their substance, should more readily detach themselves and recede from objects, than those which are thin and subtle, there is no possibility of telling. There are, therefore, we may believe, thin images of the forms of bodies, and unlike those of a grosser nature, which, though no one can see them severally thrown off, yet, being thrown off and repelled by successive and frequent reflections from the flat surface of mirrors, strike the eye, and produce sight. Nor can shapes of bodies be imagined, by any other means, to be so accurately preserved, as that forms corresponding to each should be represented to us. Give me now your attention further, and learn of how subtle a nature or substance an image consists. You may imagine this subtlety, in the first place, inasmuch as the primordial atoms of things are so far below our senses, and so exceedingly less than those smallest objects which our eyes first begin to be unable to distinguish. But that I may make plain to you how exquisitely diminutive the primary particles of all bodies are, listen to what I shall state in these few observations. First, there are some animals so exceedingly minute that the third part of them can by no possibility be seen. Of what size can any internal part of these creatures be imagined to be? What is the globule of their heart or of their eye? What are their members and joints? How extremely diminutive they must be! What, moreover, is the size of the several atoms of which their vital principle, and the substance of their soul, must necessarily consist? Do you not conceive how subtle and minute they must be? Contemplate, besides, whatever bodies exhale from their substance a powerful odour, as panacea, bitter wormwood, strong-smelling southern wood, and pungent century, any one of which, if you shall happen to shake gently, and imagine how small must be the atoms that affect your nostrils, you may then the better understand that numerous images of bodies, composed of still smaller atoms, may flit about in various ways, without force or weight, and without impression on the senses. Of which bodies how fine a part the image is, there is no one can express, or give the due estimation of it in words. But lest perchance you should think that those images of objects alone wander abroad, which fly off from the objects themselves, there are others also, which are produced spontaneously, and are combined of themselves in this sky which is called the air. Those images, namely, which, fashioned in various shapes, are borne along on high, and being soft in their contexture, never cease to change their figure, and to metamorphose themselves into the outlines of forms of every sort. This we sometimes see the clouds do, when we observe them thicken on high, and dim the serene face of the firmament, yet soothing the air, as it were, with their motion, as frequently the faces of giants seem to fly over the heaven, and to spread their shadows far and wide. Sometimes huge mountains, and rocks apparently torn from those mountains, seem now to go before the sun, now to follow close behind him. Then some monster seems to drag forward, and to obtrude other stormy clouds. Understand now with how easy and expeditious a process these images are formed, and perpetually flow off, and pass away from objects. For there is always on the surface of bodies something redundant, which they may throw off, and this redundancy or outside form, when it comes in contact with certain objects, as, for example, a thin garment, passes through it, but when it strikes against rough rocks, or the substance of wood, is at once broken into fragments, so that it can present no image. But when objects which are bright and dense have stood in its way, as, above all, a looking-glass, neither of these effects happens, for neither can images pass through it like a garment, nor be divided into parts before the smooth surface has succeeded in securing its entireness. From this cause it happens that images abound among us, and, however suddenly, at any time whatsoever, you may place a mirror opposite an object, the image of it appears, so that you may conclude that filmy textures of objects and subtle shapes are perpetually flying off from the superficies of every body. Many images are therefore carried off in a short space, so that the production of these forms must naturally be thought rapid. And as the sun must send forth many rays in a short time, that all places may be constantly full of light, so, by a like process, many different images of bodies must necessarily be carried off from those bodies in a moment of time in all directions round about, since, whatsoever way we turn the mirror to the figures of objects, the objects are represented in it of a correspondent form and colour. Besides, at times when the state of the sky has just before been clear as possible, it becomes, with extreme suddenness, so frightfully overclouded on all sides, that you might think that all the darkness had left Acheron, and filled the immense vault of heaven, so formidably, when such a gloomy night of clouds has arisen, does the face of black terror hang over the earth from above. Of which clouds, thin as they are, how thin a portion of their image must be, as viewed in a reflecting surface, there is no man that can express, or give in words such an estimation as would be conceivable. And now attend further, and with how swift a motion images are borne along, and what activity is given to them as they swim across the air, so that, to whatever part they move, each with its several tendency, a short time only is spent in a long distance, I will proceed to explain, though rather, if possible, in agreeably sounding verses than in many, as the short melody of the swan is better than the croak of cranes swept afar among the ethereal clouds driven by the south wind. In the first place, we have constant means of observing how swift in their motion those bodies which are light, and which consist of minute particles, are. Of which kind is the sun's light, and his heat, for this reason, that they are composed of minute primary atoms, which are, as it were, struck out, and make no difficulty to pass through the interval of air, driven on by a succeeding stroke. For the place of light passing on is instantly supplied by other light, and brightness is, as it were, propelled by successive brightness. Wherefore images must, in like manner, be able to pass through an inexpressible space in a moment of time, in the first place, because there is always some slight impulse at a distance behind them, which may carry them forward and urge them on, and secondly, because they are sent forth formed with so subtle a texture, that they can easily penetrate any substances whatsoever, and, as it were, flow through the intervening body of air. Besides, If those atoms of bodies which are sent forth from within, and from the central portion of them, as the light and heat of the sun, are seen, gliding over the whole space of the air, to diffuse themselves abroad in a moment of time, and to fly through sea and land, and to flood the heaven which is above, where they are borne along with such rapid lightness, what shall we say of those particles, then, which lie ready on the outmost surface of bodies? Do you not conceive how much quicker and farther they ought to go, when they are once thrown off, and when nothing delays their progress? And do you not feel certain that they should fly over a much greater distance of space in the same time in which the light of the sun traverses the heaven? This also seems to be an eminently fitting example to show with how swift a motion the images of things are borne along, namely, that as soon as a bright surface of water is placed in the open air, when the clear heaven is shining with stars, the radiant constellations of the sky immediately correspond in the water. Do you now understand, then, in what a moment of time this image descends from the regions of the air to the regions of the earth? From which cause, however wonderful, you must necessarily admit, again and again, the existence of bodies which strike the eyes and excite our vision, and flow with a perpetual issue from certain substances, as cold from rivers, heat from the sun, spray from the waves of the sea, which is the consumer of walls round the shore, nor do various voices cease to fly through the air. Moreover, the moisture, so to speak, of a salt taste comes often into the mouth when we are walking near the sea, and again, when we look at diluted wormwood being mixed, a bitterness affects our palate. So evidently a certain substance is borne rapidly away from all bodies, and is dispersed in all directions around. Nor is there any delay or interruption allowed to the efflux, since we perpetually perceive it with our senses, and may see all objects at all times, and smell them, and hear them sound. Further, since any figure felt with the hands in the dark is known to be the same which is seen by day and in clear light, it necessarily follows that touch and sight are excited by a like cause. If, therefore, we handle a square object, and that object affects us as a square in the dark, what object, in the light, will be able to answer to the shape of it, except its quadrangular image? For which reason the faculty of discerning forms is found to depend upon images, and it seems that no object can be distinguished by the eye without them. Now those images of objects, of which I am speaking, are carried in every direction, and are thrown off so as to be distributed on all sides. But, because we can see only with our eyes, it therefore happens that whatsoever way we turn our sight, all objects on that quarter strike on it with their shape and colour. And the image causes us to see, and gives us means to distinguish, how far each object is distant from us. For when it is sent forth from the object, it immediately strikes and drives forward that portion of air which is situated between itself and our eyes, and the whole of that air thus glides through our eyes, and, as it were, brushes the pupils gently, and so passes on. Hence it comes to pass that we see how far distant each object is, and the more air is driven before the image, and the longer the stream of it that brushes through our eyes, the farther each object seems to be removed from us. These effects, you may be sure, are produced with an exquisitely rapid process, so that we see what the object is, and at the same time how far it is distant. In these matters it is by no means to be accounted wonderful why, when those images which strike the eyes cannot be severally discerned, the objects themselves, from which they proceed, are perceived. For, in like manner, when the wind strikes upon us by degrees, and when sharp cold spreads over us, we are not wont to perceive each first and successive particle of that wind and cold, but rather the whole together, and we then perceive, as it were, blows inflicted upon our body, as if some substance were striking us, and producing in our frame a sense of its force which is without us. Besides, when we strike a stone with our finger, we touch the very extreme superficies of the stone, and the outside colour, and yet we do not feel that colour with our touch, but rather perceive the hardness of the stone deeply seated within its substance. And now learn in addition to this why the image of an object in a mirror is seen beyond the mirror, for certainly it seems extremely remote from us. The case is the same as with those objects which are plainly seen out of doors, when a door, standing open, affords an unobstructed prospect through it, and allows many objects out of the house to be contemplated. For this view, also, as well as that in the mirror, takes place, if I may so express it, with a double and twofold tide of air. For first is perceived the air on this side of the doorposts, then follow the doorposts themselves on the right hand and on the left, next the external light strikes the eyes, and the second portion of air, and all those objects which are clearly seen abroad. So when the image from the glass has first thrown itself forward, and, whilst it is coming to our sight, it strikes and drives forward the air which is situate between itself and the eyes, and causes us to perceive all this air before we see the mirror. But when we have looked on the mirror itself, the image which is thrown off from us reaches it, and, being reflected, returns to our eyes, and so, propelling another portion of air before it, rolls it on, and causes us to perceive this air before we see itself, and on that account seems to be distant, and to be so much removed from or behind the mirror. For which reason, again and again I say, it is by no means right for those who study these matters to wonder at the effects which attribute vision from the surface of mirrors to the influence of two portions of air, since the appearance is produced by means of both. Now that which is in reality the right side of our bodies is made to appear on the left side in mirrors, for this reason, that when the image, which proceeds from our person, strikes upon the plane of the mirror, it is not reflected without a change, but, being turned back, it is so struck out of its former state, as would be the case with a mask of plaster, if, before it were dry, any one should dash its face against a pillar or a beam, when, if it should preserve, at that instant, its true figure as in front, or as when its front was presented to you, and should exhibit itself, or its exact features, driven back through the hinder part of the head, it will happen that the eye which before was the right is now become the left, and that which was on the left correspondently is made the right. It is contrived also that an image may be transmitted from mirror to mirror, so that 5, and even 6 images, have been often produced. For whatsoever object in a house shall be hid, as lying back in the interior part of it, it will yet be possible that every such object, however removed out of sight by crooked turnings and recesses, may, being drawn out by means of several glasses through the winding passages, be seen to be in the building. So exactly is an image reflected from glass to glass, and, when it has been presented to us on the left hand, it happens afterwards that it is produced on the right, and thence it returns again, and changes to the same position as before. Moreover, whatever small sides or plates there are of glasses, formed with a round flexure similar to that of our own side, they, on that account, reflect to us images in the right position, either because the image is transferred from glass to glass, and thence, being twice reflected, flies forward to us, or, again, because the image, when it comes forth, is turned about, inasmuch as the curved shape of the glass causes it to wheel itself round to us. Further, you would suppose that our images in a mirror advance together with us, and place their foot with ours, and imitate our gesture, which appearance happens from this cause, that from whatever part of the mirror you recede, the images, after that moment, cannot be reflected from that part, since nature obliges all images to be reflected from mirrors, as well as to fly off from objects, according to the corresponding gestures of the person whom they represent. Bright objects, also, the eyes avoid, and shrink from beholding. The sun even blinds you, if you persist to direct your eyes against it, inasmuch as the power of it is great, and images from it are borne down impetuously from on high through the clear air, and strike the eyes forcibly, disturbing and causing pain in their sockets. Moreover, whatever splendor is strong often burns the eyes, because it contains many seeds of fire, which produce pain in the organs of sight by penetrating into them. Besides, whatever objects jaundiced persons look upon become, in their sight, yellow like themselves, because many atoms of yellow colour flow off from their bodies, meeting and tinging the images of objects, and many of the same atoms are moreover mixed in their eyes, which, by their contagion, paint all things with lurid hues. But when we are in the dark, we see, from the darkness, objects that are in the light, because when the black air of the darkness, being nearer to us, has entered the open eyes first, and taken possession of them, the bright white air immediately follows, which, as it were, clears them, and dispels the black shades of the other air. For this lucid air is by many degrees more active, and far more subtle and powerful, which, as soon as it has filled with light, and laid open the passages of the eyes, which the dark air had previously stopped, plain images of objects immediately follow and strike upon the eyes, so that we see those objects which are situated in the light. This, on the other hand, we cannot do when we look from the light towards objects in the dark, because the thicker air of darkness follows behind the light air, which thicker air fills the pores and stops up the passages of sight, so that the images of any things whatsoever, being involved in it, cannot be moved forward into the eyes. And when we behold the square towers of a city a long way off, it happens, on account of the distance, that they often seem round, because every angle, being afar off, is seen as obtuse, or rather is not seen at all. the impulse of its image dies away, and the force of it does not reach to our eyes. Since, while the images of it are borne through a large body of air, the air, by frequent percussions upon them, obliges that force to become ineffective. Hence it comes to pass, that when every angle has escaped our vision at the same time, the constructed stones are seen as if fashioned to a round, not, however, like round objects which are immediately before us, and which are exactly circular, but they appear, as it were, nearly, after a shadowy fashion, resembling them. Our shadow likewise seems to us to move in the sun, and to follow our footsteps, and to imitate our gesture, if you can fancy air devoid of light to go forwards, following the movements and gesture of men. For that which we are accustomed to call shadow can be nothing else but air deprived of light. Evidently because the ground, in certain spots successively, is excluded from the radiance, wherever we, as we go, obstruct it, and that part of it which we have left is again covered with light. From this cause it happens that what was the shadow of our body seems to be still the same, and to have followed exactly opposite us. For fresh illuminations of rays are perpetually pouring themselves forth, and the first disappear as quickly as wool vanishes if applied to a flame. By this means the ground is both easily deprived of light, and again covered with it, and discharges from itself the black shadows. Nor yet in this case do we allow that the eyes are at all deceived, for it is their business only to observe in whatever place there may be light or shade, but whether the light is the same or not, and whether the same shadow which was here passes thither, or rather, as we said before, a new one is constantly produced, this the judgment of the mind only must determine. For the eyes cannot know the nature of things, and, therefore, you must not impute to the eyes that which may be the fault of the understanding. A ship in which we sail is carried forward, when it seems to stand still, and that which remains stationary is imagined to go by us, and the hills and plains, past which we row our vessel, or fly with sails, seem to flee away astern. All the stars seem to be at rest, as, being fixed to the vaults of the sky, and yet all are in perpetual motion, for when, after rising, they have traversed the heaven with their shining orbs, they return to their distant places of setting, and the sun and the moon, in like manner, seem to remain stationary, bodies which observation itself shows to be carried forwards. And mountains rising up, at a distance, from the middle of the sea, between which a free passage for ships is open, yet appear without separation, so that one vast island seems to be formed from the two united. It likewise happens that to children, after ceasing to whirl themselves about, the rooms seem to turn, and the pillars to run round, so that they can hardly believe that the whole building is not threatening to fall upon them. And when nature begins to raise on high the beams of the sun, red with tremulous fires, and to exalt them above the hills over which the sun then appears to be, himself, apparently touching them close, glowing with its own beams, are scarcely distant from us 2,000 flights of an arrow, often even scarcely 500 casts of a dart. Yet, between them and the sun, which seems in contact with them, lie broad expanses of sea, stretched out under vast regions of sky, and many thousand miles of land also intervene, which various nations of men, and tribes of wild beasts occupy and overrun, and, to mention another ocular delusion, a puddle of water, not deeper than a finger, which settles among the stones in the paved streets, affords, apparently, a prospect downwards under the earth, to a depth as great as the height to which the lofty arch of heaven extends above the earth, so that you seem to look down upon the clouds, and to see a heaven beneath, and to behold, by a surprising effect, the celestial bodies buried in the sky underground. Moreover, when a spirited courser sticks fast with us in the middle of a river, and we look down into the swiftly flowing water of the stream, a force seems to be carrying the body of the horse, though standing still, in a contrary direction to the current, and to drive it rapidly up the river, and whithersoever we turn our eyes, all objects appear to us to be carried along, and to flow in a similar manner. A portico, too, although it be of equal dimensions throughout, and standing supported with equal columns from end to end, yet, when it is viewed from the extremity through its whole length, contracts gradually, as it were, to the apex of a tapering cone, joining the roof to the floor, and all the right-hand parts to the left, until it has narrowed itself to the indistinct point of the cone. To sailors at sea it occurs that the sun, having risen from the waves, seems also to set, and bury its light in the waves, as, in their situation, they behold nothing else but water and sky, a remark which I make, that you may not lightly suppose that the senses are altogether deceived. But to those ignorant of the sea, ships in the harbour often appear to strive, disabled in their equipments, against the broken waves. For though whatever part of the oars is raised above the water of the sea is straight, and the part of the helm above the water is straight, the parts which go down, and are sunk in the water, seem all, as if broken, to be turned and inverted, sloping upwards, and thus bent back, to float almost up to the surface of the water. And when the winds, in the night time, carry light vapours athwart the sky, the bright constellations seem then to glide against the clouds, and to pass along on high in a far different direction than that in which they are really borne. But if by chance the hand, applied to one eye, presses it underneath, it happens, by some impression on the sense, that all things, at which we look, seem to become double as we gaze on them. Two lights in the lamps appear blossoming with flames. The twin furniture seems to be doubled throughout the house, and the faces of the people seem double, and their persons double. Moreover, when sleep has bound our limbs in agreeable repose, and the whole body lies in profound rest, yet, at that very time, our limbs appear to be awake and to move themselves, and we imagine that in the thick darkness of night we see the sun, and the light of day, and though in a confined place, we seem to change our position with respect to the heaven, the sea, rivers, and mountains, and to cross over plains on foot, and to hear sounds, though the unbroken silence of night reigns around us, and to utter words, though our tongues remain still. Other things of this class, exciting our wonder, we see in great numbers, all which seek, as it were, to destroy the credit of our senses, but they strive in vain, since the greatest part of these appearances deceive us only because of the fancies which we allow to bear upon them, so that those things which have not been seen by our senses are to us as if seen. For nothing is more difficult than to separate certain from doubtful things, things which the mind, when their fallaciousness is discovered, straightway rejects from itself. Moreover, if any one believes that nothing is known, he himself also knows not whether that can be known from which he, forming a judgment, confesses that he knows nothing. Against him, therefore, I shall forbear to urge argument, who of his own will has placed himself with his face towards his footsteps. And although I should even grant that he knows this, I should still put to him the following question: when he has seen no truth in things previously, how he knows what it is to know and not to know, in contradistinction to one another? What cause, I shall ask him, produced his knowledge of truth and falsehood, and what power has proved to him that what is doubtful differs from what is certain? The knowledge of truth, you will find, is derived from the senses as its origin, and you will own that the senses cannot be refuted. For that which, of its own power, can refute false notions by real facts, must be found of greater credit than to be liable to confutation. What, then, must be esteemed of greater credit than the senses? Shall reasoning, arising from erring sense, reasoning, I say, which has arisen wholly from the senses, and which can depend on nothing else, be of sufficient force to refute those senses? For unless these our senses are true and trustworthy, all reasoning consequently becomes false and unfounded. But what that is external to the senses shall confute the senses, or will they disagree among themselves and refute one another? Will the ears be able to refute the eyes, or will the touch refute the ears, or will the taste of the mouth moreover refute the touch? Will the nostrils confute the other senses, or will the eyes contradict them? It is, as I think, not so, for each sense is separately assigned its own faculty. Each has its own power, and it is therefore necessary that what is soft, and what is cold, and what is hot, should seem so, and it is necessary, also, that we should perceive distinctly the various colours of things, and whatever things are connected with colours. The taste of the mouth, likewise, has its own power separately. Scents are produced independently, and sounds independently of the other senses. And it necessarily follows, therefore, that some senses cannot confute others, nor again will they, as a body, confute themselves, for equal trust must at all times be placed in every one of them. That, therefore, which, at any time whatsoever, has seemed true to them, is true. And if reasoning shall be unable to unfold the cause why those objects which, when close at hand, were square, have appeared round at a distance, yet it is better for a man, being partially deficient in reasoning, to give explanations of each figure erroneously, than by any means to let slip from his hands things that are manifest, and to destroy the first principles of belief, and tear up all the foundations on which life and safety rest. For not only would all reasoning fall to the ground, but life itself would at once come to nothing, unless you venture to trust your senses, and to avoid precipices, and other things of this sort which are to be shunned, and to pursue those things which are of a contrary character. That, therefore, is all an empty body of words, you may be sure, which is arrayed and drawn up against the senses. Lastly, as, in a building, if the rule is wrongly applied at first, if the square, being erroneously placed, deviates from the proper position, and if the level is in the least inexact in any spot, all parts of the edifice are necessarily rendered faulty and distorted, and become ill-shaped, sloping, hanging forwards or backwards, and inconsistent with one another, so that some seem inclined to fall, and some actually do fall, being all made unsound by false measures at the commencement. Thus, accordingly, whatever reasoning on things has sprung from fallacious senses must of necessity be erroneous and deceitful. If the senses be false, all arguments from them must be false. End of Section 10, Book 4, Part 1. Section 11 of On the Nature of Things. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eric DeSigo. On the Nature of Things by Lucretius. Translated by John Selby Watson. Section 11, Book 4, Part 2. We have already spoken of sight, and now no difficult argument is left for us to show how the other senses discern each its own object. In the first place, every sound and voice is heard, when, being infused into the ears, they have struck with their substance on the sense. For we must admit that voice and sound are corporeal, since they can make impression on the senses. On this account the voice often abrades the throat, and its loud sound, as it passes forth, makes the windpipe rougher. For when the atoms of the voice, a larger body of them than usual having risen together, have proceeded to go forth from the mouth, the passage of the mouth, from the pores being filled up, is rendered hoarse, and the voice injures the road by which it issues into the air. It is by no means to be doubted, therefore, that voices and words consist of corporeal particles, as having power to cause corporeal injury. Nor does it escape your knowledge, also, how much substance perpetual speaking, protracted from the rising splendour of aurora to the shade of black night, detracts from the body, and how much it wears away from the very nerves and strength of men, especially if it is uttered with extreme loudness. The voice, therefore, must necessarily be corporeal, since he who speaks much loses, from its effect, a portion of his corporeal substance. Nor do the particles of sound penetrate the ear under a like form, when the crooked barbarian trumpet bellows heavily with a deep murmur, and calls up a hoarse, dead sound, and when swans, in the pangs of death, raise, with a mournful voice, a liquid dirge from the vales of Helicon. These words and sounds, therefore, when being formed within, we expel them from our body, and send them forth straight by the mouth. The active tongue, skilful in forming words, articulates, and the shape into which the lips are put partly assists to fashion them. But asperity of the voice is caused by asperity of its particles, and its smoothness is also produced by their smoothness. For this reason, when the distance is not great to the spot whence each word, having started forth, arrives at our ears, it happens, of necessity, that the words themselves are also plainly heard, and distinguished in every note, for the voice keeps its formation, and maintains its figure. But if a greater space than is convenient is interposed, the words, passing through a large body of air, are necessarily confused, and the voice, while it flies through the aerial interval, is disordered. It accordingly happens that you hear a sound, but cannot distinguish what is the meaning of the words, so confused and obstructed does the voice come to you. Besides, one word, uttered from the mouth of a crier in the midst of the people, often penetrates the ears of all. One voice, therefore, suddenly divides into many voices, since it distributes itself to each individual ear, stamping on it, as it were, the form and clear sound of the words. But that part of the several voices which does not fall on the ears themselves is lost, being carried past them and diffused through the air. Some portion of it too, struck against solid objects and rebounding like a stone, returns a sound, and sometimes mocks you with the semblance of a word. Which things when you consider, my good friend, you may be able to render an account to yourself and others, how rocks, in solitary places, regularly return similar forms of words to those which we utter when we seek our companions wandering among the shady hills, and call them, as they are scattered abroad, with a loud voice. I have noticed places repeat 6 or 7 words, when you uttered only one, for the mountains, reverberating the words spoken, repeated them so that they were re-echoed without change. Such places the neighbouring people pretend that satyrs and nymphs inhabit, and say that there are fauns in them, by whose noise and sportive play, re-echoing through the night, they universally affirm that the dead silence is broken, and that sounds of chords and sweet plaintive notes are heard, which the pipe, struck with the fingers of those playing, pours forth around. They relate also that the race of husbandmen hear far and wide, when, frequently, Pan, shaking the piny garland of his half-savage head, runs over the open reeds with his curved lip, ceasing not to repeat his sylvan song. Other wonders and prodigies of this kind they relate, lest, perhaps, they should be thought to dwell in lonely places, deserted even by the gods. For this reason they talk of such marvels in their discourse, or, perchance, are prompted by some other cause, as all men are too eager for ears that will listen to wonderful stories. Furthermore, it is not surprising how, through places where the eyes cannot discern plain objects, through these very places voices pass and excite the ears. We often, too, witness a dialogue held between 2 persons in different apartments, with the doors closed. The cause is evidently this, that the voice can pass unbroken through winding pores of bodies, though images refuse to pass through them. For the latter are broken to pieces, unless they go through straight passages, such as those of glass, through which every image flies. Besides, the voice is distributed in all directions, inasmuch as some voices are produced from others, for this happens where one voice has split itself into many, as a spark of fire, when it has started forth, is often wont to disperse itself into its own separate fires. Places, accordingly, which have been all shut up behind and around the speaker, are filled with voices, and shaken with sound. But as for images, they all, when once they have been thrown off, pass only by straight openings, for which reason no one can see objects beyond walls, though he may hear voices from beyond them. And yet this very voice, also, while it goes through the obstructed passages, is dulled, and we seem to hear a sound rather than distinct words. That faculty, by which we perceive taste, the organs being the tongue and the palate, requires for itself somewhat more argument and more explanation. In the first place, we perceive savour in the mouth, when we express it from food by mastication, as when any one, for example, proceeds to press and dry with his hand a sponge full of water. What we express is then distributed through all the ducts of the palate, and the tortuous pores of the soft tongue. By this means, when the atoms of the juice flowing out are smooth, they touch the sense agreeably, and affect all parts around the humid exuding regions of the tongue with pleasure. But, on the other hand, as atoms are severally more endowed with roughness, so much the more, issuing forth in a body, they sting and lacerate the sense. Moreover, pleasure experienced from the taste of food is limited by the extent of the palate, as, when the juice has descended downwards through the throat, there is no enjoyment while it is all being distributed through the members. Nor is it of any consequence with what food the body is nourished, so that you be but able to disperse what you take, when digested, through the organs, and preserve the humic tenor and action of the stomach. I will now explain, in order that we may understand this point, how it is that different food is allotted to different animals, or why that which is sour and bitter to some may yet seem to others extremely sweet. And so great is the difference and variety in these matters, that that which to some is food, to others is rank poison. Thus it happens that a serpent, which is touched with human saliva, perishes, and even commits suicide by biting himself. Besides, hellebore is strong poison to us, but increases the fat of goats and quails. That you may understand by what means this happens, it becomes you in the first place to call to mind what we have often said before, that in bodies are contained many seminal atoms, mingled in many ways. Moreover, as all living creatures which take food are dissimilar externally, and as the extreme outline of their limbs restricts them variously according to their kinds, so they likewise consist of different seminal particles, and vary in the figure of their elements. Further, when the seminal particles differ, their intervals and passages, which we call pores, in all the limbs, and in the mouth, and the palate itself, must likewise differ. Some of these pores, therefore, must be greater, and some less. Some animals must have triangular pores, some square, many pores must be round, and some polygonal, varied in several ways. For as the nature of the shapes of the seminal particles, and their motions require, the figures of the pores must differ accordingly, and the intervals among the atoms must vary just as the combination of the atoms demands. On this account, when that which is sweet to some animals is bitter to others, exquisitely smooth atoms must enter gently and easily into the pores of the palate of that animal to whom it is sweet. But, on the contrary, rough and jagged particles, as is evident, pierce the mouths of those animals to whom the same substance is bitter. From these facts it is now easy to understand every particular connected with this subject. For when in any person fever has arisen from the superabundance of the bile, or any violence of disease has been excited by any other means, his whole body is at once disturbed, and all the positions of the atoms in him are changed. It happens that particles which before suited his sense of taste are now unsuitable to it, and others, which, when they have penetrated the pores, produce a bitter sensation, are more adapted to it. For even in sweet bodies, as in the flavour and substance of honey, both rough and smooth particles are mixed, a fact which we have demonstrated to you frequently before. And now give me your attention further, for I shall show in what manner the approach of odour affects the nostrils. First, there must necessarily exist many substances, from which a varied effluence of odours streams forth and evolves itself; for that odours do both flow off, and are sent forth and dispersed abroad, we must naturally suppose. But certain odours, on account of the different shapes of their particles, are more suited to some animals than to others, and thus bees are attracted by the smell of honey in the air, however far distant, and vultures by the smell of carcasses. Also the keen scent of dogs, preceding their steps, leads them whithersoever the cloven hoof of the stag has directed its course, and the white goose, the preserver of the citadel of the Romans, perceives from afar the smell of a man. Thus different scent assigned to different animals leads each to its own food, and causes it to recoil from destructive poison, and by this means the tribes of beasts are preserved. Of this very odour, then, which excites the nostrils, it happens that one kind is carried farther than another, but yet none of them is carried so far as sound or as the voice. I forbear to say as those airy substances which strike the eyes and excite vision. For odour, wandering about, passes but slowly, and being dispersed through the yielding air, soon gradually dies away, chiefly because it is with difficulty evolved out of any substance from its interior. For that odours flow and come forth from the interior of substances, this consideration sufficiently indicates, that all bodies when broken, bruised, or split into fragments in the fire, seem to cast a stronger scent than when whole. It is, besides, easy to see that odour is composed of larger atoms than sound, since it does not penetrate through stone walls, through which the voice and sounds constantly pass. For which reason you will see that it is not so easy to ascertain in what quarter a body that casts a scent is placed, as to find out one that emits a sound. For the force and impulse of an odour, by moving slowly through the air, soon becomes chill and powerless, nor do the atoms, the heralds of substances, come warm to the sense. From this cause dogs are often at fault, and have to seek for traces of the scent. Nor does this occur, indeed, in respect to odours only, and in the case of tastes, but the appearances and colours of things, likewise, do not so agree with the senses of all men alike, but that some are more acrid and repulsive to the sight than others. Even fierce lions cannot endure to stand against, and to look upon, a cock, which, as his flapping wings startle the night, is accustomed to call Aurora with his loud voice. Lions, I say, will not endure him, so suddenly do they bethink them of flight. The cause evidently being that there are in the bodies of cocks certain particles, which, when sent forth into the eyes of lions, pierce the pupils, and cause sharp pain, so that the beasts, however fierce, cannot hold out against them, although these same particles cannot at all hurt our eyes, either because they do not penetrate, or because, if they do penetrate, a free outlet from the eye is permitted to them, so that they cannot in any respect hurt the organs of sight by remaining in them. And now give me your attention, and learn what substances affect the mind, and understand, in a few words, whence those things which come into the mind proceed. In the first place, I assert this, that numbers of subtle images of things wander about in many ways in all directions, images which, when they meet, are easily united together in the air, as the spider's web and a leaf of gold. For these images are far finer in their texture than those which affect the eyes and excite vision, since these penetrate through the small pores of the body, and excite the subtle substance of the mind within, and arouse the sense. Thus it is that we see centaurs, and the members of Scylla, and the Cerberian mouths of dogs, and the apparitions of those whose bones, after death has been passed, the earth contains. Since spectra of all kinds are everywhere carried about, which are partly such as are formed spontaneously in the air, partly whatever fly off from various objects, and partly those which images, formed of figures of these two kinds, compose. For assuredly the image of a centaur is not formed from a living centaur, since there has been no such figure in life. But when the images of a horse and a man have come together by chance, they easily and quickly cohere, as we said before, because of their subtle nature and filmy texture. Other images of this sort are produced in the same manner. And since these, from their extreme lightness, are, as I have shown above, swiftly carried about, any one thin image of them all easily stimulates our mind with a single impression, for the mind is itself subtle and eminently excitable. That these things take place, as I state, you may easily learn from hence, that inasmuch as this impression on the mind is similar to that on the bodily senses, it necessarily follows that that which we see with the mind, and that which we see with the eye, are effected by similar means. As I have shown accordingly, that I perceive lions, for example, by means of images of lions, which excite the eyes, we may understand that the mind is moved by images of lions in like manner, and by other images of other things, which it sees and discerns equally and not less than the eyes, only we must observe that it sees more subtle images. Nor for any other reason does this sense of the mind become awake when sleep has spread itself over the limbs, than because these same images excite our minds, which affect our senses when we are corporeally awake, to such a degree that we seem plainly to behold him, of whom, his life having been yielded up, death and the earth have already taken possession. This nature of necessity brings to pass. And from this cause, that all the senses of the body, being obstructed and bound up by sleep, are at rest throughout the several members, and are unable to refute any false appearance by real facts. Besides, the memory lies inactive and torpid in sleep, and shows no disbelief in appearances, or intimates that he whom the mind imagines that it sees alive, has long ago partaken of death and forgetfulness. As to what remains for consideration, it is not surprising that images should move, and agitate their arms and other members with regularity, for it happens that many an image seems to do this in our sleep. This is to be explained in the following way, that when the first image passes off, and a second is afterwards produced in another position, the former then seems to have changed its gesture. This, doubtless, we must conceive to be done by a very rapid process, so great is the activity of images, and so great the number of things from which they proceed, and so great too is the abundance of atoms, that it may suffice for that which is to be perceived by the senses at any time whatsoever. And many other questions are raised on these matters, and many points must be made clear by us, if we wish to explain these subjects distinctly. In the first place, it is inquired why the mind immediately thinks of that very thing of which any one has desired to think. Do images watch our pleasure, and as soon as we wish, does an image present itself to us? If it is our desire to think of the sea, of the earth, or of the heaven, of assemblies of men, of a procession, of banquets, of battles, does nature create and prepare images of all these things at our word? especially when the minds of different men in the same country and place think of things entirely different? What shall we say, moreover, when we perceive images in our sleep advance before us in order, and move their pliant limbs; when, as we observe them, they wave with ease their bending arms alternately, and repeat gesture after gesture with the foot corresponding to the look? Are images, forsooth, inspired with the art of dancing, and do they, skilled in gesticulation, wander about, in order that they may make sport for us in the night time? Or will this rather be the truth, that we perceive that variety of motions in one and the same portion of time, as in that time in which one word is uttered, many smaller portions of time, which reason discovers to be in it, are contained? From this cause it happens, that at any time whatsoever, any images are ready at hand, prepared for all places, so great is their activity, and so great the abundance of objects from which they proceed. By this means, when the first image passes away, and a second is afterwards produced in another position, the first then seems to have changed its gesture. And because images are subtle, the mind cannot acutely discern any but those which it earnestly endeavours to discern. All, therefore, which exist besides these pass away unnoticed, unless the mind has thus prepared itself and endeavoured to distinguish them. The mind, accordingly, does prepare itself and expects that that will occur which is consequent on that which has preceded, so that it observes each particular occurrence. Thus, therefore, the effect is produced. Do you not see, also, that the eyes, when they have begun to look at things which are small, exert and prepare themselves, and that we could not, without this exertion, clearly discern them? And even in respect also to objects easily distinguishable, you may observe that if you do not apply your mind to remark any one of them, it is just the same as if it were all the time removed and far distant from you. How is it therefore surprising, if the mind loses sight of all other images, except those concerning matters to which it is itself directed? Besides, we form opinions of great things from small indications, and thus lead ourselves into the delusion of deceit. It happens also that sometimes a second image is not presented of the same kind as the first, but that that which was before a woman under our hands seems to be before us changed into a man, or that one face and one age follows after another, but at this sleep and oblivion prevent us from wondering. In these matters, remember that it is necessary diligently to shun this fault, and to avoid it cautiously as a most grievous error, the fault, namely, of supposing that all the parts of animals were formed with a view to the uses to which they have been adapted, lest you should suppose that the bright luminaries of the eyes were produced that we may be able to see with them, and that the pillars of the legs and thighs, built upon the feet, were united for this purpose, that we might take long steps on the road; and moreover, that the forearms fitted to the stout upper arms, and the hands ministering on either side, were given us that we might perform those offices which would be necessary for the support of life. Other suppositions of this sort, whatever explanations men give, are all preposterous, reasoning being thus perverted. For nothing was produced in the body to the end that we might use it, but that which has been produced, being found serviceable for certain ends, begets use. Neither was the faculty of seeing in existence before the light of the eyes was made, nor that of speaking with words before the tongue was formed, but rather the origin of the tongue long preceded speech, and the ears were made long before any sound was heard. And in fine, all members, as I think, existed before there was any use of them discovered. They could not, therefore, have been produced for the sake of being used. But, on the contrary, to engage in battle with the hand, and to tear the limbs, and to pollute the body with gore, was practised long before bright darts were hurled, and nature compelled us to avoid a wound, before the left hand, by the help of art, presented the defence of a shield. And certainly, to commit the wearied body to rest is of much more antiquity than the soft cushions of the couch, and to quench the thirst was practised before cups were invented. Such things as these, then, which were found out from experience and the objects of life, may be believed to have been invented for the purpose of using them. Those things, however, which were all first produced independently, gave a knowledge of their utility afterwards. Of which kind, especially, we see that the senses and members of the body are. Wherefore again and again I say, it is impossible for you to believe that they could have been produced for the sake of use. This, also, is not to be wondered at, that the very nature of the body of every animal requires food. For I have shown that many atoms pass off and recede from substances in many ways, but the most numerous must pass off from animals, because they are exercised by motion, and many particles are carried forth, urged from the interior of the body by perspiration. Many, also, are exhaled through the mouth when they pant from weariness. By these means, therefore, the body wastes, and all its nature is undermined, a state on which pain is attendant. On this account food is taken, that it may support the limbs, and being given at intervals, may recruit the strength, and repress the eager desire of eating throughout the organs and veins. Liquid also descends into all parts of the body, whatsoever require liquid, and the moisture, coming into the frame, dissipates the many collected atoms of heat, which cause a burning in our stomach, and extinguishes them like fire, so that arid heat may no longer dry up our limbs. Thus, therefore, you see, panting thirst is expelled from our bodies. Thus the pining desire of food is satisfied. End of section 11, Book 4, Part 2. Section 12 of On the Nature of Things. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eric DeSigo. On the Nature of Things by Lucretius. Translated by John Selby Watson. Section 12, Book 4, Part 3. I will now state how it comes to pass that we can advance our steps when we please, and how it is given us to move our limbs out of the direct line, and what causes want to push forward this great weight of our body. Do thou, my friend, attentively receive my instructions. I affirm then that images of going first approach to the mind, and impinge on the mind, as we observed before respecting images in general. Thence arises will, for no man begins to do any thing before his mind has discerned what it will do, and, according to what it discerns, is the image of his action. When, therefore, the mind so stirs itself that it desires to proceed and move forward, it immediately acts on the substance of the soul, which is distributed in the whole body, and through the limbs and joints, and this is easily done, since the substance of the soul is held united with the mind. That substance of the soul forthwith acts upon the body, and thus, by degrees, the whole mass of the man is protruded and moved forwards. The body at that time, moreover, opens its pores, and the air, which is always easily excited to motion, enters, as it naturally must indeed, through the open spaces, and penetrates the passages abundantly, and is thus dispersed through every minute portion of the body. Thus, therefore, the body, by two several powers, is made to move along as a ship with sails and wind. Nor yet is it wonderful, in these matters, that atoms so small can wield so great a body, and turn about all our weight. For the wind, though but light and of thin substance, drives forward a large ship with vast power, and one hand rules the vessel with whatever speed it may be going, while one helm turns it in any direction. And a machine, by the help of wheels and pulleys, lifts many bodies of great weight, and raises them on high with but a slight force. And now I shall explain by what means sleep spreads rest through our limbs, and dispels the cares of the mind from our breast. But I shall do this rather in agreeably sounding than in numerous verses, as the short melody of the swan is better than the croak of cranes, dispersed among the clouds of heaven, driven by the south wind. Do you only, O Memmius, devote to me your attentive ears and discerning mind, that you may not deny what I say to be possible, and depart from me with a breast repelling true precepts, when you yourself are in fault, and yet cannot perceive that such is the case. In the first place, sleep occurs when the substance of the soul has been disturbed throughout the several members, and has partly seceded from the body, as being driven forth abroad, and has partly, as being more concentrated, retreated into the interior of the body. For then, at length, when the frame is in this state, the limbs are relaxed and lose their power. Since there is no doubt but that this our vital sense exists in us by means of the soul, which sense, when sleep hinders from being exerted, we must then suppose that our soul is disturbed, and expelled from the body, but not wholly. For if it were all withdrawn, the body would lie steeped in the eternal cold of death, as, in that case, no part of the soul would remain latent in the members, concealed as fire lies hidden under thick ashes, whence the sense might be suddenly rekindled throughout the limbs, and flame, as it were, rise from secret heat. But by what means this change from wakefulness to sleep is produced, and how the soul may be disturbed, and the body languish, I will explain. Do you, my friend, take care that I may not pour out my words to the winds. In the first place, it necessarily happens that the body, since it is touched by the breezes of the air to which it is exposed, must be externally assailed and harassed by the frequent impulse of that air, and for this reason almost all animated bodies are covered with hide, or even with shells, or with hard skin or bark. This same air, likewise, impinges on the interior part of the body of animals, when, as they breathe, it is drawn in and respired. For which reason, when the body is affected from both causes, and when assaults penetrate through the small pores of our frame to its primary parts and first elements, a labefactation, as it were, takes place by degrees throughout our members, for the positions of the elements of the body and mind are disturbed, so that part of the soul is drawn forth from them, and part retires hidden into the interior. Part also, dispersed throughout the limbs, cannot remain united together, nor perform its ordinary motions mutually with other parts. For nature obstructs the communications and passages, and therefore, the motions of the atoms being changed, sense wholly fails. And since there remains nothing that can, as it were, prop up the limbs, the body becomes weak, and all its members languish. The arms and the eyelids fall, and the hams often subside with a sinking lassitude, and relax their strength. Sleep too follows upon taking food, because food, while it is being distributed through all the veins, produces the same effects which the air produces, and that sleep is far the most heavy which you take when full or weary, because most of the atoms of the frame are then disturbed, being shaken with much effort. By the same means, a deeper concussion in the substance of the soul takes place, as well as a larger ejection of it without, and it becomes more divided in itself and distracted within. And in general, as each of us, having pursued any study, is devoted to it in his thoughts, or in whatever occupation we have been much engaged previously, and the mind has been more exerted in that pursuit, we seem, for the most part, to go through the same employments in sleep. Lawyers seem to plead causes and to make laws, generals to fight and engage in battles, sailors to wage settled war with the winds, and myself to pursue this work, and investigate perpetually the nature of things, and to explain it, when discovered, in the language of my country. Thus other studies and arts seem generally, in sleep, to occupy the minds of men with delusions. And whatsoever persons have given continual attention to games and spectacles for many days in succession, we generally see that, in those persons, when they have ceased to observe those objects with their bodily senses, there are yet passages remaining open in the mind, where the same images of the same objects may enter. For very many days, therefore, those same images are presented before their eyes, so that they seem, even when awake, to see figures dancing, and moving their pliant limbs, and to listen with their ears to the liquid music and speaking chords of the lyre, and likewise to perceive the same assembly, and to contemplate, at the same time, the various decorations of the scene shining before them. Of so great influence is study and inclination, and so much difference does it make in what pursuits, not only men, but indeed all animals, have been accustomed to be engaged. For you will see stout horses, when their limbs shall be stretched in sleep, yet perpetually perspiring and panting, and apparently exerting their utmost strength for the palm of victory, or often starting in their sleep, as if the barriers were just set open. And the dogs of huntsmen, when stretched in gentle repose, often throw out their legs on a sudden, and hurriedly utter cries, and frequently draw in the air with their nostrils, as if they were pursuing the newly discovered traces of wild beasts. And oftentimes, after they are wakened, they follow in imagination the empty images of stags, as if they saw them turned to flight, until, their delusions being dispelled, they return to their senses. And the fawning breed of dogs that are accustomed to the house begin at times to rouse themselves and start up from the ground, just as if they saw strange faces and looks, and the more fierce any breeds are, the more must the same breeds show fierceness in their sleep. But various birds likewise take flight, and suddenly disturb with their wings the groves of the gods during the night, if, in their quiet sleep, hawks have appeared, pursuing and flying after them, to offer battle and threaten hostilities. Moreover, the minds of men, whatever great things they effect with vast efforts in the day, frequently perform and carry on the same things also during their sleep. Kings storm cities, are taken prisoners, join battle, raise a cry as if they were being stabbed on the spot. Many struggle desperately, and utter groans as if in pain, and fill all parts around with loud shrieks, as if they were torn by the bite of a panther or savage lion. Many in sleep speak of important matters, and men have often made in dreams a revelation of their own guilt. Many, apparently, die. Many show terror through their whole frame, like persons who are casting themselves to the ground from high mountains, and, as if deprived of their senses, so disturbed are they by the agitation of their body, scarcely, after sleep, recover themselves. A thirsty man, also, in his dream, often sits near a river or pleasant fountain, and almost swallows up the whole stream with his mouth. Boys, too, bound fast in sleep, fancy that, being near a tank or broken vessel, they are raising up their garment, and pour forth the bottled liquid of the whole body, when the Babylonian coverlets, of magnificent splendour, are saturated. Or when at length the full ripe hour is reached of vigorous manhood, and the genial stores crowd through the members, ceaseless then, at night, forms of the fair, of look and hue divine, rush on the spirit, and the ducts of love so stimulate, where throngs the new-born tide, that, as the tender toil were all achieved, full flows the stream, and drowns the snowy vest. For, as we erst have sung, the seeds of life first spring when manhood first the frame confirms, and as on various functions various powers alone can act propulsive, human seeds by naught but human beauty can be roused. These, when once gendered from their cells minute, o'er every limb, o'er every organ spread, crowd in full concourse towards the nervous fount, by nature reared appropriate, whence abrupt excite they oft, as forms of beauty rise, the scenes at hand, the regions ruled by love. Then springs the tender tumour, the warm wish full o'er the foe, the luscious wound who deals with dexterous aim to pour the high-wrought charge, and full contending in the genial fight. So falls the victim on the part assailed, with the red blood the glistening bruise so swells, and o'er the assassin flows the tide he draws. So he who feels the shaft of love propelled from the dear form that charms him towards the spot, aims, whence the wound proceeds, supreme he pants to join the contest, and from frame to frame pour the rich humour, for the fierce desire, now felt, assures how vast the bliss to come. This is Venus, this he deems true love, hence flow the drops delicious that the heart erode hereafter, and its train of cares. For, though the form adored be absent, still her phantoms haunt the lover, and his ear rings with her name, whate'er the path pursued. Yet fly such phantoms from the food of love, abstain, libidinous, to worthier themes. Turn thy spirit, Let the race at large thy liberal heart divide, Nor lavish, gross, o'er one fond object thy exhausted strength, Gend'ring long cares and certain grief at last. For love's deep ulcer fed grows deeper still, rank, and more poisonous ; And each coming day augments the madness, If the wretch, perchance, heal not old wounds By those of newer date, from fair to fair Wide wandering, or his mind turn from such Subjects to pursuits unlike. Nor are the joys of love from those shut out, Who brutal lust avoid. The pure of heart Far surer pleasures, and of nobler kind, reap, Than the wretch of lewd and low desires, who, In the moment of enjoyment's self, still fluctuates With 1,000 fears subdued, o'er the fair wanton, dubious, long who hangs, what charm his eyes, his hands shall first devour, Till fix'd, at length, with furious force the spot Painful he presses, through his luscious lips Drives his keen teeth, and every kiss indents, Striving in vain for joys unmix'd, and urg'd By latent stimulus the part to wound, Where'er its seat, that frenzies thus his soul. But Venus softly smooths the wrongs endur'd, And mutual pleasures check the lovers' rage. Then hopes he, too, in the same form to quench The maddening fires where first the flame arose. Vain hope, by every fact disproved ; for this, The more the soul possesses, still the more Craves she with keenest ardour. Foods and drinks, as through the frame they pass, By toil worn out, fill many a huge interstice, Obvious whence dies the dread sense of hunger and of thirst. But human beauty, and the rosy cheek, With nought the panting lover can endow But fruitless hopes, but images unsound, Scatter'd by every wind. As, oft, the man, parch'd up with thirst, Amid his dreams to drink strives, but in vain, Since nought around him flows but void, Unreal semblances of floods ; so with her votaries sports the power of love, False phantoms soul presenting, nor can sight, Where'er it rove, be sated with the gaze, Nor can the lover's lawless fingers tear Aught from his idol, or her as he hangs, And the full power of every charm explores. E'en when, in youth's prime flower, his panting frame Enclasps her frame that pants, when all his soul Expects the coming bliss, and Venus waits To sow the fertile field, though then amain In amorous fold he press her, lip to lip Join, and drink deep the dulcet breath she heaves, 'Tis useless all, for still his utmost rage Cannot subtract, nor through the fair one force His total frame, commingled with herself. Yet oft thus strives he, or thus seems to strive, So strong the toils that bind him, so complete Melt all his members in the sea of love. And though, when now the full collected shock Pours from the nerves, some transient pause ensue, Yet short its period, the fond fever soon, The frenzy quick returns, and the mad wretch Still pants to press that which he press'd before, Nor aught of antidote exists, so deep Pines he, perplex'd, beneath the latent ill. Then, too, his form consumes, the toils of love Waste all his vigour, and his days roll on In vilest bondage. Amply though endow'd, his wealth decays, His debts with speed augment, the post of duty Never fills he more, and all his sick'ning reputation dies. Meanwhile rich unguents from his mistress laugh. laugh from her feet soft Sicon's shoes superb. The green-rayed emerald o'er her, dropped in gold, gleams large and numerous, and the sea-blue silk, deep-worn, enclasps her with the moisture drunk of love illicit. What his sires amassed now flaunts in ribands, in tiaras flames full o'er her front, and now to robes converts of Chian loose or Aladonian mould, while feasts and festivals of boundless pomp, and costliest viands, garlands, odours, wines, and scattered roses ceaseless are renewed. But fruitless every art, some bitter still wells forth perpetual from his fount of bliss, and poisons every floweret. Keen remorse goads him, perchance, for dissipated time, and months on months destroyed, or from the fair haply some phrase of doubtful import darts, that, like a living coal, his heart corrodes, or oft her eyes wide wander, as he deems, and seek some happier rival, while the smile of smothered love half dimples o'er her cheeks. Such are the ills that on amours attend most blest and prosperous, but on those adverse throng myriads daily, obvious and more keen. Hence, by the Muse forewarned, with studious heed shun thou the toils that wait, for easier far those toils to shun than, when thy foot once slides, to break th' entangling meshes and be free. Yet though ensnared, and in the silly net led captive, thou mayst still, if firm of mind, and by these numbers swayed, thy foot release. First the defects, then, of the form adored, of mind, of body, let thy memory ne'er one hour forget, for these full oft mankind see not, by passion blinded, while, reversed, charms they bestow which never were the fair's. Hence frequent view we those, each grace denied, the coarse, the crooked, held in high esteem, and lovers laugh o'er lovers, and extort offerings to Venus, since so vilely swayed, while yet themselves are swayed more vilely still. To such the black assume a lovely brown, the rank and filthy negligence and ease. The red-eyed is a Pallas, the firm-limbed, all bone, a bounding roe, the pygmy dwarf, a sprightly grace, all energy and wit, the huge and bulky, dignified and grand, the stammerer lisps, the silent is sedate, the pert virago, spirit all and fire, the hectic fine and delicate of frame, the victim worn with pulmonary cough, on life's last verge, a maid of matchless waist. The broad big-bosomed Ceres full displayed, as from the bed of Bacchus, the flat-nosed, of monkey shape, a satyr from the woods, and the broad-lipped, a nymph for kisses formed. But countless such conceits, and to narrate idle, yet grant the frame adored possessed of face divine, that all the power of love plays o'er each limb symphonious. Others still exist of equal beauty, still ourselves once lived without her, and full well we know she, too, each art essays the baser need, and so with sense bedaubs her that her maids far fly oppressed, and vent their smothered laugh. Then, too, the wretched lover oft abroad bars she, who at her gate loud weeping stands, kissing the walls that clasp her, with perfumes bathing the splendid portals, and around scattering rich wreaths and odoriferous flowers. Yet when at length admitted, the first breath so deep offends him, he some motive seeks instant to quit her, his long-laboured speech of suffering drops, and owns himself a fool, that for one moment he could deem her crowned with charms the race of mortals ne'er can boast. This know full well the Paphian nymphs, and, deep behind the scenes of action, each defect strive they to hide from him they fain would sway. But vain th' attempt, for oft the mind will guess the latent blemish, and the laugh unfold. Whence those of soul ingenious frankly own, frequent, those faults which none can all escape. Yet not for ever do the softer sex feign joys they feel not, as with close embrace, breast joined to breast, their paramours they clasp and print their humid kisses on their lips. Oft from their hearts engaged they, urged amain by mutual hopes to run the race of love. Thus nature prompts, by mutual hopes alone, by bliss assured, birds, beasts, and grazing herds, the task essay. Nor would the female else e'er bear the burden of the vigorous male, by mutual joys propelled. Hast thou not seen, hence tempted, how in mutual bonds they strive, worked oft to madness ? How the race canine stain with their vagrant loves the public streets, diversely dragging, and the chain obscene tugging to loose, while yet each effort fails ? Toils they would ne'er essay if unassured Of mutual bliss, and cheated to the yoke, Whence o'er and o'er the bliss must mutual prove. If when the male his genial energy imparts, The female deep her breath retract transported most, The race produced will, then, from female store Prove female, if reversed, from store paternal male. But when the form blends both its parents' features, It ascends from equal powers of each, The impulse warm rousing alike, through each conflicting frame, The seeds of latent life in scale so nice, That neither conquers, nor to conquest yields. Oft view we too the living lines portrayed Of ancestors remote, for various seeds, Commingled various, through the parent frame lurk, Which from race to race preserve entire the form, The features of the anterior stock. Diversely such the power creative blends, Whence oft the voice revives, the hair, the hue, The full complexion of the race deceased. For these as sure from seeds defined ascend, As e'en the face, the body, or the limbs. Then too, though male the fetus, female stores Aid the production, while, if female form'd, The tide paternal mixes in the make, For both must join, or nought can e'er ensue. But obvious this, that when the semblance more Inclines to either, the prevailing sex Chief lent the seeds of life, and rear'd complete The virgin embryo, or incipient man. Nor ever interfere the Gods above In scenes like these, the genial soil lock up, Or curse with barren love the man unblest, No lovely race who boasts to hail him sire, As deem the many who, in sadness drown'd, Oft offer victims, and with fragrant gums Kindle the blazing altar, wearying heaven Vainly to fill the void reluctant womb. For blank sterility from seeds ascends Too gross, or too attenuate, if the last, Ne'er to the regions that generic spread Cleave they, rejected instant as propell'd. But if too gross the genial atoms, dull Move they, and spiritless, or never urg'd With force sufficient, or if power devoid The puny ducts to pierce, or pierc'd, to blend harmonious with the vital fluid found. For love harmonious, whence increase alone can spring, oft differs largely, easier far some filling some, and others easier filled and gravid made by others, whence, at times, those many a Hymen who have erst essayed vainly, at length th' appropriate stores acquire, and feel the lovely load their wombs enrich ; while he, perchance, whose prior bands forbade all the fond hope of offspring, happier now a mate has found of more concordant powers, and boasts a race to prop his crumbling age. So much imports it that the seeds of life with seeds should mix symphonious, that the gross condense the rare the gross dilute, and man with woman duly paired unite. Much, too, concerns it what the foods employed, for some augment the genial stores, and some dissolve their crasis, and all power destroy. Nor small the moment in what mode is dealt the bland delight. The sage who views minute herds, and the savage tribes by nature led, holds that the virtuous matron chief conceives, when, with subsiding chest, and loins erect, her dulcet charms she offers, fittest then the luscious tide t' absorb. For nought avail exerted motions, the perpetual heave of frame high strained, and ever labouring lungs. These, rather, urg'd beneath the tender fray, all fruit prohibit, since the genial share oft turn they from the furrow as it holds its course direct, and break th' impinging shock. And hence the wanton mistress acts like these frequent indulges to preclude increase, and more transport the lawless form she clasps, arts the chaste matron never needs essay. Nor from the darts of Venus, nor the smile of gods above, is she of homelier make frequent beloved, the praise is all her own. By her own deeds, by cleanliness most chaste, and sweet consenting manners, the delight lives she of him who blends his lot with hers. Such virtues must prevail, and day or day perfect their power, for, though of gentlest kind, yet urg'd perpetual, such the sternest heart must gradual soften, and at length subdue. Hast thou not seen the fountain's falling drops scoop in long time the most obdurate stone? End of Section 12, Book 4, Part 3. End of Book 4.
Section 13 of On the Nature of Things. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On the Nature of Things by Lucretius. Translated by John Selby Watson. Section 13, Book 5, Part 1. Who is able with mighty genius to compose a strain worthy of the majesty of things, and of these discoveries of Epicurus? Or who has such power over words that he can compose eulogies proportionate to the merits of him who has left us such blessings, obtained and acquired by his own intellect? No one, as I think, formed of a mortal body will ever be able. For if we ought to speak as the known dignity of the subjects which he expounded requires, he was a god. A god, I say, O illustrious Memmius, who first discovered that discipline of life which is now called wisdom, and who by the science of philosophy placed human existence, from amid so great waves of trouble and so great darkness of the mind, in so tranquil a condition and so clear a light. For compare with his investigations the ancient discoveries of others which are called divine. As Ceres is said to have pointed out corn to mortals, and Bacchus the liquid of wine produced from the grape, though life nevertheless might have continued without these gifts, as it is reported that some nations even now live without them. But men could not have lived well and happily without a pure and undisturbed breast. For which reason he, from whom the sweet consolations of existence, now spread abroad through mighty nations, calm the minds of men, seems to us the more justly to be accounted a god. But if you shall imagine that the deeds of Hercules excel his, you will be carried far away from sound reasoning. For what harm would those vast jaws of the Nemean lion and the bristly Arcadian boar do to us at present? Or what injury could the bull of Crete and the hydra, the pest of Lerna, defended with poisoned snakes, inflict on us at this time? Or how could the triple-breasted strength of the threefold Geryon hurt us? And how could the horses of Diomed, breathing fire from their nostrils, dwelling near Thrace and the Bistonian regions and Ismarus? Or how could the Arcadian birds, formidable with their hooked talons, inhabiting the lake Stymphalus, have so much annoyed us that we should think much of their destruction? Or how, I pray, would the fierce serpent, with his stern looks and huge body, that watched as he encircled the stem of a tree the shining golden apples of the Hesperides, have interfered with our comfort, when he lived near the shore of the ocean and the rough waters of the sea, whither neither any countryman of ours goes, nor any barbarian dares to approach? How, I ask, would other monsters of this kind which have been killed hurt us if they had not been conquered and were now alive? Not at all, as I am of opinion. For thus even now the earth is abundantly overrun with wild beasts, and filled with alarming terror throughout the groves and vast mountains and deep woods, but these are places which we for the most part have power to avoid. But unless the mind is purified, what contests and dangers must we incur in spite of our utmost efforts? How many bitter cares arising from lust tear the man distracted by them, and how many consequent terrors? Or what ills do pride, uncleanness, wantonness produce? How great calamities do they cause? And what evils do luxury and sloth generate? Will it not be fit, then, that we should deem this man, who subdued all these evils and expelled them from the mind, not with arms, but with words, worthy to be ranked in the number of the gods? Especially when he was accustomed to give precepts, both numerous and divinely expressed, concerning the immortal gods themselves, and to set forth in his instructions the whole nature of things. This is he on whose track I have entered, whilst I pursue his system of philosophy, and show in these expositions how necessarily all things individually continue their existence according to that law by which they were produced, and how impotent they are to break the strong conditions of time and destiny. In which class of things, produced and limited in existence, the substance of the mind above all has been found to be, and has been demonstrated to be formed of a generated consistence at first, and to be unable to endure uninjured through vast eternity. But I have also made it plain that when we seem to behold him in our sleep, whom life has left, mere images are accustomed to deceive the mind. For what remains, the course of my subject has now brought me to the point at which I have to demonstrate that the world consists of dissoluble matter, and that it had also a beginning, and to show by what means the combination of matter established the earth, the heaven, the sea, the stars, the sun, and the globe of the moon, and what living creatures sprung from the earth, and what, though believed to have existed, have at no period been produced. I have also to tell how the human race, with various speech, began to hold intercommunication by means of names of things, and by what process that oppressive fear of the gods entered the breasts of men, a fear which maintains throughout the world sacred temples, lakes, groves, altars, and images of the divinities. I shall besides explain by what force ruling nature guides the courses of the sun and the paths of the moon, lest perchance we should think that these bodies pursue eternal revolutions unrestrained and of themselves, in order to promote the growth of fruits and living creatures, and lest we should suppose that they are guided by any plan of the gods. For if those who have fairly understood that the gods pass a life free from care nevertheless wonder meanwhile how things can severally be carried on, especially in those matters which are seen in the ethereal regions over our heads. They are carried back again to their old notions of religion, and set over themselves cruel tyrants whom they unhappily believe able to do all things, being themselves ignorant what can and what cannot be done, and by what means limited power and a deeply fixed boundary are assigned to every thing. To proceed, then, and to delay you no longer with promises, contemplate in the first place the sea and the earth and the heaven, the triple nature of which, dear Memmius, three bodies, three forms so dissimilar, three substances of such a different consistence, one day will consign to destruction, and the mass and fabric of the world, sustained through so many years, shall sink into total dissolution. Nor does it escape my consideration how new and wonderful a subject it is for your reflection, that there will be an end to the heaven and the earth, and how difficult it is for me to convince you of this with arguments, as it generally happens indeed when you offer to the ear a subject hitherto strange to it, and yet cannot submit it to the sight of the eye, or put it into the hand, the avenues through which the nearest main road of belief leads into the human breast and the regions of the mind. But yet I will express my thoughts. Fact itself perhaps will bring credit to my words, and you will see, perchance, all things violently shaken in a brief space of time with rising convulsions of the earth, which time may fortune with commanding power avert far from us, and may reason rather than reality convince us that all things, overcome by the influence of time, may sink with a direfully sounding crash into destruction. On this subject, before I begin to utter oracles, expressed with more sincerity and with much more true reason than those of the Pythian priestess who speaks from the tripod and laurel of Apollo, I will set forth to you many consolations in learned and philosophic arguments, lest perchance, being restrained by religion, you should suppose that the earth, the sun, the heavens, the stars, and the moon, being endowed with a divine nature, must pursue their courses eternally, and lest you should conceive in consequence that it is just for all those, after the manner of the giants, to suffer punishment for their monstrous wickedness, who by their reasoning would shake the walls of the world, and seek to quench the radiant sun in the heavens, animadverting in mortal speech on bodies which are called immortal, but which in reality are so far distant from divine power, and are so unworthy to appear in the number of the gods, that they may rather be thought adapted to give us a notion of that which is altogether removed from vital motion and sense. For it is not possible that the nature and rationality of intellect should be thought capable of existing in all kinds of bodies whatsoever. As a tree cannot exist in the sky, nor clouds in the salt sea, nor can fish live in the fields, nor blood be in wood, nor liquid in stones, so it is fixed and appointed where everything may grow and subsist. Thus the nature of the mind cannot spring up alone without the body, or exist apart from the nerves and the blood. Whereas, if this could happen, the faculty of the human soul might rather arise in the head, or shoulders, or in the bottom of the heels, and might rather indeed be accustomed to grow in any place than to remain in the same man and the same receptacle of the man. But since it seems certain and fixed even in our own body in what part the soul and the mind may subsist and grow up by themselves, it is so much the rather to be denied that they can exist out of the entire body and without an animal form, whether in the soft clods of earth, or in the fire of the sun, or in the water, or in the lofty regions of the air. The heavenly bodies, therefore, since they cannot be animated with life, are not endowed with a divine sense. It is not possible, moreover, that you should believe there are sacred seats of the gods in any quarters of our world. For the nature and substance of the gods, being subtle and far removed from our senses, is scarcely apprehended by the power of our mind. And since it has hitherto escaped the touch and impact of our hands, it can assuredly touch nothing that is tangible by us. For nothing can touch another body if it is not possible for itself to be touched. For which reason the abodes of the gods also must be dissimilar to our abodes, as being subtle and correspondent to their own nature. These points I shall hereafter prove to you with abundance of argument. To say, moreover, that the gods designed to arrange all this noble fabric of the world for the sake of men, and therefore that we ought to extol it as an honorable achievement of the deities, and to believe that it will certainly be eternal and imperishable, and to affirm that it is unlawful ever to disturb from its seat by any force of argument that which was established for the human race by ancient contrivance and for perpetual duration, or to shake and displace, though only in words, the sum of things from their basis, and to feign and add other conceits of this sort, dear Memmius, is to be guilty of the utmost folly. For what profit can our gratitude afford to those who are immortal and blessed in themselves, that they should labor to effect anything for our sake? Or what new incitement could induce those who were before tranquil to desire, so long afterwards, to change their former mode of life? For it would seem that he only whom old things offend ought to delight in the things that are new. But in him to whom no trouble has happened in past time, when he spent life happily, what could excite the desire of novelty? Or, forsooth, the life of the gods was oppressed with gloom and sorrow until the genial birth of terrestrial things shone forth? Or again, what evil would it have been to us never to have been born? For whoever is born must certainly wish to remain in life as long as any alluring pleasure shall engage him, but to him who never tasted the love of life, nor was ever in the number of living beings, what affliction is it not to have been born? Moreover, whence was a model or idea for making things, and whence was the notion of men themselves implanted in the gods at first, that they should know and conceive in their mind what they should seek to do? Or by what means was the power of primary particles known, and what they could effect by their change of order and place, if nature herself did not give the first specimens of production? For the primordial atoms of things were driven in so many ways, by so many impulses, through an infinite duration of time, and were accustomed so to be borne and carried forward by their own weight, and to meet in all modes, and to try all endeavors as if to ascertain what their combinations might generate, that it is not surprising if they fell at last into such positions and acquired such motions as those by which this universe of things, through perpetual renovation, is now carried on. But if I were even ignorant what the primary elements of things are, yet this I could venture to assert from the scheme of the heaven itself, and to support it from many other reasons, that the system of things was by no means prepared for us by divine power, so great is the faultiness with which it stands affected. In the first place, of all that space which the rapid circumvolution of the heaven covers, mountains and woods, the abodes of wild beasts, have occupied a vast portion. Rocks and great marshes, and the sea, which widely separates the coasts of countries, cover another vast portion. Moreover, burning heat and the constant descent of frost deprive mortals of almost 2/3 of what is left. And as to the land which yet remains, nature would still by her own operation cover it with thorns, if human strength did not prevent, which, for the sake of a living, is accustomed to groan under the stout mattock, and to cut the earth with ploughs urged through it. For unless we, turning up the fertile clods with the ploughshare and forcing the soil, excite it to send forth its productions, they would be unable of themselves to rise into the liquid air. And yet at times, when all things procured with so great labor are green and flourish over the earth, either the sun in the heavens burns them up with violent heat, or sudden showers and cold frosts destroy them, or blasts of wind with violent hurricanes tear them to pieces. Besides, why does nature cherish and increase by land and by sea a terrible brood of wild beasts and monsters hostile to the human race? Why do the seasons of the year bring diseases? Why does untimely death wander abroad? Moreover, an infant, as soon as nature with great efforts has sent it forth from the womb of its mother into the regions of light, lies like a sailor cast out from the waves, in want of every kind of vital support, and fills the parts around with mournful wailings, as is natural for one by whom so much evil in life remains to be undergone. But the various sorts of cattle, herds, and wild beasts grow up with ease. They have no need of rattles or other toys, nor is the fond and broken voice of the nurse necessary to be used to one of them. Nor do they require different dresses according to the season of the year, nor, besides, have they any need of arms or high walls with which they may defend their property, since the earth herself and nature, the artificer of things, produce all supplies for all, in abundance. Above all, since the body of the earth and the water and the light breezes of the winds and the warm heat, of which this sum of things seems to be constituted, consists wholly of generated and dissoluble substance, the whole frame of the world must be considered to be of similar nature. For of whatever creatures in mortal shapes we see the parts and members to be of a generated consistence, we observe in general these same creatures to be themselves both generated and mortal. For which reason, when I see the four elements, the vast members and divisions of the world, wasted and reproduced, I may conclude that there was also a time when the heaven and earth had a beginning, and that there will be a time for their destruction. On these points, do not imagine, my Memmius, that I have assumed anything too hastily, in supposing earth and fire to be perishable, in not doubting that water and air waste away, and in saying that the same elements are again produced and augmented. In the first place, some part of the earth, parched with the constant heat of the sun and trampled with the perpetual action of feet, exhales mists and flying clouds of dust, which strong winds disperse through the whole air. Part also of the clods is washed off by showers, while rivers, as they strike against their banks, wear them away. Besides, whatever body increases another is on its own part diminished, and since the earth, which is the parent of all things, seems without doubt to be the common sepulchre of all things, the earth therefore, you may be assured, is wasted and is recruited and grows again. Further, there is no need of words to show that the sea, rivers, and fountains abound with new liquid, and that waters flow incessantly into the ocean, for the vast deflux of streams from all sides declares it. But we must observe above all things that a certain portion of the water is carried off, and that it happens at last that there is no superabundance of water. For first that part is removed which the strong winds, sweeping the ocean, and the ethereal sun dispelling it with his rays, subtract from its surface, and next that part which is distributed through all the earth underneath, for the salt is strained off in its passage through the ground, and the substance of the water flows back, and all meets here and there at the sources of rivers, whence it flows in a fresh stream over the earth, wherever a passage, once cut, has borne along the waters in their liquid course. I shall now therefore observe concerning the air that it is changed every hour in innumerable ways. For whatever is perpetually passing off from bodies is all carried into the vast ocean of air, and unless it were to restore particles back to those bodies, and to recruit them as their substance passes away, all things would by this time have been dissolved and converted into air. It accordingly does not cease to be perpetually generated from bodies, and perpetually to return back to bodies, since it is agreed that all things are in constant flux. The ethereal sun, too, the great fountain of liquid light, floods the heaven perpetually with new brightness, and instantly supplies with a new ray the place of the ray that has passed off. For whatever brightness it first sends forth is, wherever it falls, lost to it. This you may collect from hence, that as soon as clouds have begun to come over the sun, and, as it were, to break through the rays of light, all the lower part of these rays is immediately lost, and the earth, wherever the clouds pass, is overshadowed. So that you may understand that things constantly require a fresh supply of light, and that every first emission of radiance is dispersed, nor could objects otherwise be seen in the sunshine unless the fountain of light itself furnished a perpetual supply. Even your nocturnal torches, which are things of earth, your hanging lamps and tapers brilliant with waving flames, and showing themselves fat with abundance of smoke, are impelled in a similar manner by the agency of heat to emit new radiance. They incessantly discharge their tremulous rays. They never cease, nor does the light, as if broken off, leave the place dark. So swiftly is the destruction of that flame hastened from all its rays through the rapid origination and emission of new particles. Thus, too, we must suppose that the sun and moon and stars throw off their light through successive generations of beams, and perpetually lose whatever rays are first to pass from them, so that you must not by any means suppose that these bodies maintain imperishable vigor. Do you not see, moreover, that even stones are overcome by time? Do you not observe that lofty towers fall, and that rocks decay? Do you not notice that the temples and images of the gods, overcome with age, open in fissures, and that the sacred deities themselves cannot extend the limits of fate, or struggle against the laws of nature? Besides, do we not see that the monuments of heroes fall? You might even believe that they desire for themselves a time to grow old. Do we not observe that flints crumble from the lofty mountains, and cannot endure and withstand the powerful force of even a finite age? For if they were bodies which through infinite ages had sustained all the assaults of time, and continued exempt from dissolution, they would not now suddenly be broken away and fall to pieces. Further, contemplate this heaven around and above us, which contains all the earth in its embrace. It produces, as some say, all things from itself, and receives all things when dissolved into itself. But it was a generated body, and consists wholly of perishable substance. For whatever increases and nourishes other things from itself must by that means be diminished, and must be recruited by receiving into itself fresh substances. In addition, if there was no origin of the heavens and earth from generation, and if they existed from all eternity, how is it that other poets, before the time of the Theban war and the destruction of Troy, have not also sung of other exploits of the inhabitants of earth? How have the actions of so many men thus from time to time fallen into oblivion? How is it that they nowhere survive in remembrance, and are nowhere stamped on everlasting monuments of fame? But, as I am of opinion, the whole of the world is of comparatively modern date and recent in its origin, and had its beginning but a short time ago. From which cause also, some arts are but now being refined, and are even at present on the increase. Many improvements are in this age added to ships. Musicians have but recently produced melodious sounds. This nature and system of the world, too, of which I write, has been but lately discovered, and I myself, among the first discoverers, have been found the first poet that could express it in the language of my country. But if perchance you suppose that all these arts formerly existed the same as at present, but that generations of men have perished by burning fire, or that cities have fallen by some great catastrophe of the world, or that violent rivers through continual rains have inundated the earth and overwhelmed cities, you must so much the more, being convinced by these facts, admit that there will probably be also a destruction of the earth and the heaven. For since things were affected and shaken by so great disorders and so great dangers, if a more serious cause had then pressed upon them, they might universally have suffered destruction and mighty ruin. Nor do we who now live appear to be mortal, one like another, by any other inference than that we sicken with diseases, similarly to those whom nature has removed from life. Further, whatsoever bodies remain eternal must either, as being of a solid consistence, repel assaults and suffer nothing to penetrate them that can disunite their compact parts within, such as are the primary particles of matter, the nature of which we have already shown, or they must be able to endure throughout all time because they are exempt from assaults or unsusceptible of them, as is a vacuum, which remains intangible and suffers nothing from impact. Or they must be indestructible for this reason, that there is no sufficiency of space round about into which substances may, as it were, separate and be dissolved, as the entire universe is eternal, inasmuch as there is neither any space without it into which its parts may disperse, nor are there any bodies which may fall upon it and break it to pieces by violent concussion. But, as I have demonstrated, neither is the nature of this world of a solid consistence, since in all compound bodies vacuity is mixed, nor is it like vacuity itself, nor again are bodies wanting which, rising fortuitously from the infinite of space, may overthrow the sum of things with a violent tempest, or bring upon it some other kind, whatever it may be, of disaster and danger. Nor, moreover, is vastness and profundity of space wanting into which the walls of the world may be scattered, or, assaulted by some other kind of force, may be dissolved. The gate of death, therefore, is not closed to the heaven, or to the sun, or to the earth, or to the deep waters of the sea, but stands open, and looks back for them with a mighty and huge abyss. For which reason, since these existing things are dissoluble, you must necessarily allow that they are generated of indissoluble elements. For bodies which are of mortal consistence could not have been able from all eternity to contemn till now the strong assaults of infinite time. Furthermore, since the great divisions of the world are perpetually contending, and are stirred up in implacable warfare against each other, do you not see that some end to their long contest may be assigned? And this end may take place either when the sun and heat in general, having drunk up all the moisture, shall have become supreme, a consummation indeed which they endeavor to effect, but cannot yet accomplish their designs, so much do rivers supply, and so constantly do the waters threaten even of their own power to deluge all things from the deep gulf of the ocean. But their threats are vain, for winds sweeping the floods, and the ethereal sun dispelling them with his rays, diminish their bulk, and seem to trust that they can dry up all things before the waters can attain the completion of their design. Maintaining so great a war, they persist to strive with one another for their great objects, and to contend, as it seems, with equal efforts, though, as is reported, fire was once superior on the earth, and water once reigned triumphant over the plains. For fire prevailed, and burnt and consumed many parts, when the erring and impetuous fury of the sun's horses hurried Phaethon through the whole heaven and over the entire earth. But the omnipotent Father, incensed with fierce rage, hurled Phaethon from his chariot to the earth by the sudden stroke of a thunderbolt. And the sun, meeting him as he fell, caught up the eternal lamp of the world, brought back his scattered horses, and yoked them trembling to the car, and guiding them in their own path, restored and reorganized all things. This, you must be aware, is the story which the poets of the Greeks sung, but which is too far removed from truth and reason. For fire may have the superiority, when more atoms than usual of igneous matter have collected from the infinite of space, but afterwards its strength, being by some means repressed, necessarily subsides, else all things, burned up by a scorching atmosphere, would utterly perish. Once, too, as tradition tells, water, having risen in a body, began to have the mastery, at which period it overwhelmed numbers of mankind with its waves. But subsequently, when its strength, which had risen from the infinite profound, was in some way turned aside and repelled, the rains came to a stand, and the rivers diminished their violence. End of section 13.
Section 14 of On the Nature of Things. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Harrington. On the Nature of Things by Lucretius. Translated by John Selby Watson. Book 5, Part 2. But I shall now proceed to relate in due course how the combination of matter established the heaven and the earth, the depths of the seas, and the revolutions of the sun and moon. For assuredly neither the primary elements of things dispose themselves severally in their own order by wisdom or counsel arising from a sagacious understanding, nor certainly did they argue among themselves what motions each should produce, but because the primordial atoms of the world, being many, were agitated by concussions, in many ways, through an infinite space of time, and were accustomed to be carried forward by their own weights, and to combine in all modes, and to try all efforts, as if to ascertain whichsoever of them, meeting together, might give birth to some offspring, it from this cause happens that, being spread abroad during a vast period of duration, and attempting all kinds of combinations and movements, those at length came together, which, having suddenly coalesced, became at first, and become now, from time to time, the commencements of great productions, the origin of the earth, the sea, and the heaven, and of every kind of living creatures. Here at that time could be seen neither the chariot of the sun, flying on high with its abundant light, nor the stars of the great firmament, nor the sea, nor the heaven, nor the earth, nor the air, nor could anything be discerned similar to our present objects, but only a certain crude agitation of matter, and a congeries swelling up together. Afterwards the parts began to separate, and similar things began to be united with similar, and to evolve the world, and display its parts, and arrange in different members, which were generated from all kinds of primordial atoms, whose intervals, courses, connections, weights, impulses, combinations, and motions, discord, exciting war amongst them, from the disagreement of their forms and the variety of their shapes, had disturbed, on which account they could not remain all so united, or produce such suitable motions among themselves as should lead to the objects which they were to effect, that is, to divide the high heaven from the earth, and to cause that the sea and other water should spread abroad separately, and that the stars of heaven should shine by themselves pure and distinct. For in the first place, the several atoms of earth, because they were heavy, and involved one with another, met all together in the middle, and took, as it were, the lowest place; which atoms, the more closely they cohered, the more effectually they excluded from themselves those particles which were to form the sea, the stars, the sun, and the moon, and the walls of this great world. For all these latter parts of nature consist of more smooth and round particles, and of atoms much more diminutive than the earth, and, accordingly, the fiery ether, bursting forth from the several parts, through the small pores of the earth, first raised itself on high, and being light, carried with it much fire, by a process similar to what we often witness, when, in the morning, the golden rays of the beaming sun first blush over the grass gemmed with dew, and when the stagnant lakes and ever-flowing rivers exhale a mist, and earth itself sometimes appears to smoke, all which vapors, when they are united in the height above us, cover the heaven in an apparently condensed body. So too, at that time, the light and expanded ether, diffused around in a united mass, collected itself, and thus, being widely extended in every direction, enclosed all other things in its vast embrace. To this formation of the ether succeeded the rise of the sun and moon, and of those bodies whose orbs revolve in the air between both, bodies which neither the earth nor the vast ether attracted to itself, because they were neither so heavy as to sink down to the earth, nor so light as to glide in the highest regions, and yet they so exist between both, that they revolve as active bodies, and are a part of the entire world. As in our own bodies, some members may remain at rest, while others are still in motion. These substances, therefore, being withdrawn, the earth, where the vast blue region of the sea now spreads, suddenly sunk down, and hollowed out depths by means of the salt flood, and in proportion as, day after day, the surrounding tide of air and the warm rays of the sun urged the earth, lying exposed, even to its extreme bounds, with frequent impulses. Those substances, therefore, being withdrawn, the earth, where the vast blue region of the sea now spreads, suddenly sunk down, and hollowed out depths by means of the salt flood, and in proportion as, day after day, the surrounding tide of air and the warm rays of the sun urged the earth, lying exposed even to its extreme bounds, with frequent impulses, so that, being thus acted upon, it might collect in condensation towards its own center, so much the more the salt fluid, pressed out from its body, increased with its flood the sea and the liquid plains, and so much more the numerous particles of heat and air, escaping forth from other substances, flew upwards and formed, afar from the earth, the lofty and shining temples of the sky. The plains sunk down, and the slopes of the high mountains increased, for such inequality was inevitable, as the rocks could neither subside, nor could all parts of the ground settle to the same level. Thus, then, the heavy mass of the earth, with condensed bulk, stood firm, and all the heavy grossness of the world, as it were, collected to the bottom, and sunk down like the dregs into the deep. Then the sea, the air, and the fiery ether itself, which were of liquid consistence, were all left pure. And of these bodies some were lighter than others, and the ether, being of the greatest subtlety and levity, floats above the breezes of the air, nor allows its clear substance to mingle with the matters that disturb the aerial regions. It leaves all these lower parts to be swept with violent whirlwinds. It leaves them to be disturbed with tumultuous storms, whilst itself, gliding with settled impulse, bears along its own fires. For that the ether may revolve thus steadily, and with uniform tenor, the flood in the Euxine shows, which moves with a settled flux, preserving one unvaried direction in its course. Let us now state what is the cause of the motion of the stars. In the first place, if the great orb of heaven whirls round, we must admit that the air presses and urges the sky on either side, and confines it externally, and encloses it in each direction. Then that another body of air flows over our heads and tends in the same direction in which the bright stars of the eternal world roll, and that there is still other air beneath our feet, which carries along the heaven in the opposite direction, as we see running streams turn wheels and buckets. It is likewise possible that the whole heaven may remain stationary, though the bright constellations are nevertheless borne along, whether because active tides of ether are confined within the sky, and seeking an outlet, whirl themselves round, and roll with them the stars through the vast regions of heaven, or whether air, flowing from some quarter without, wheels and impels the stars, or whether they of themselves can move forward, whither the sustenance of each attracts and invites them, while pursuing their course, and recruiting their igneous substances everywhere throughout the heavens. For which of these causes prevails in this world, it is difficult to lay down as certain, but I demonstrate only what is possible, and may be effected throughout the universe, in various worlds, formed in various ways, and seek to assign several causes for the motions of the stars, which causes may operate in different parts through the whole of things, but of which one must necessarily be this very cause that produces motion in our stars, though to decide which of them it is by no means the part of a man proceeding like myself cautiously and step by step. And that the earth may rest in the middle part of the world, it is necessary that its weight should gradually, as it were, become evanescent and imperceptible, and that it should have another substance beneath it, united with it from its earliest age, and closely connected with the aerial parts of the world in which it was produced and continues to live. The earth is, therefore, no burden to the air, nor at all depresses it, just as his limbs are no burden to a man, and just as the head is no burden to the neck, nor do we feel the whole weight of the body press upon the feet. But whatever weights fall upon us and are laid upon us externally hurt or annoy us, although they are often far less than those which are within us. Of so great importance it is to understand what one thing can effect by union with another. The earth, accordingly, was not brought into this world suddenly as a foreign body, and cast from some other quarter upon air that was strange to it, but was produced together with the rest of the world, and as a regular part of it at its first origin, just as our members are seen to be formed with us. Besides, the earth, when shaken with violent thunder, immediately shakes all things which are above it with its motion, an effect which it could by no means produce unless it were combined with the aerial parts of the world, and with the heaven, for they cohere by common connections, one with the other, conjoined and coalescing in union from the earliest period. Do you not observe also how exquisitely subtle a substance of the soul sustains the body, which is of great weight, simply because it is so closely united and combined with it? What power, too, but that of the soul which governs the limbs can raise the body with a vigorous leap from the ground? Do you now understand how much force a subtle substance may have when it is united with a heavy body, as the air is joined with the earth, and the power of the soul with ourselves? Nor can the circumference of the sun be much greater, or its fire less, than it appears to our senses. For from whatever distances fires can throw their rays, and cast a warm heat upon our bodies, the ejection of the heat from those distances detracts nothing from the bulk of the igneous matter, and the fire is not all more contracted to the view. Since, therefore, the heat of the sun and its effused light reach to our senses, and the parts about us shine with its rays, the form and outline of the sun must, on this account, appear as it really is, so that you can add nothing more to it or make it less. And the moon, whether, as she glides through the sky, she illuminates its regions with a borrowed light, or whether she sends forth radiance from her own body, whichsoever is the case, she is, as she pursues her course, of no larger a dimension than she appears to our eyes as we observe her. For all objects which, being far remote from us, we view through a large body of air, look confused in their appearance, before their outline seems at all diminished. For which reason the moon, since it presents a clear shape and defined outline, as it does whenever its outmost edges are observed, must hence appear to us in the sky just as large as it is. Further, whatsoever stars in the heavens you view from hence can assuredly be only very little less, or only very little larger than they appear, since of whatsoever fires we see on the earth, even whilst the motion of their light is plain, and their glow is clearly perceived, the outline seems at times to vary in one way or another, contracting or expanding, according as it is more or less distant. It is not, moreover, a matter of wonder how so small a body as the sun can emit so large a quantity of light as to cover with its flood the seas, the whole earth, and the heavens, and to pervade all things with its quickening heat. Since it is possible that one fountain of the light of the whole world, opened from hence, may flow forth abundantly and scatter its radiance abroad, because the atoms of heat, we may suppose, so meet together here from all parts of the world, and their assemblage forms such a flood that all this heat may flow from one source. For do you not observe too how small a spring of water sometimes irrigates the meadows far and wide, and flows exuberantly over the fields? It is also possible that heat may pervade the air with a strong glow from no very great fire in the sun, if, perchance, the air be so tempered and disposed as to be excited to warmth, though affected with but gentle fervor. As we sometimes see fire, from one spark, spread in all directions among cornfields and straw. And perhaps the sun, shining on high with its rosy light, contains about it much heat in secret stores of fire, which, though it be distinguished by no brightness, yet, retaining a glow, increases the force of the rays to such a degree as we experience. Nor does the law of the sun's motion appear plain and evident, nor is it demonstrable how he passes from his summer regions to the wintry part of his course in Capricorn, and how, coming back from thence, he turns to the solstitial points. Nor do we understand how the moon seems to traverse that space in each month, in passing through which the sun occupies the period of a year. A plain reason, I say, has not been assigned for these phenomena. For, in the first place, that appears possible which the venerable opinion of the philosopher Democritus asserts, that the nearer each of the heavenly bodies is to the earth, the less swiftly can they be carried round by the revolution of the heaven, since the rapid and strong force of the upper sky decreases and loses its power beneath, and that, accordingly, the sun, with the lower constellations following it, is gradually left behind, because it is much beneath the fiery signs. Also that the moon, from this same cause, falls back so much the more, for the more distant its course, being lower, is from the heaven, and approaches to the earth, the less can it exert its swiftness with the signs. Since the more gentle is the speed with which the moon, being lower than the sun, is borne along, the more easily all the signs around overtake it and are carried past it. Hence it happens that the moon seems to return more quickly to each sign, because the signs return towards it. It is possible also that two currents of air at a certain season may blow in turns from opposite quarters of the world, of which currents one may be that which drives the sun from the summer signs into the winter part of his course, and into freezing cold, and the other may be that which sends him back from the freezing shades of cold into the warm regions and glowing constellations. And, in like manner, we may suppose that the moon and the stars, which revolve for long years in vast orbits, may move by means of two currents of air in opposite directions. Do you not notice also that clouds, by means of opposite winds, go in different ways, the lower contrary to the upper? And why, therefore, may not these heavenly bodies be borne through the vast circuits of the sky by currents opposed to each other? The reason why night covers the earth with its great darkness is either because the light grows weak when the sun, after his long course, has reached the extremity of the heaven, and has sent forth his fires languidly, as being exhausted with the journey, and wasted by passing through a long tract of air, or because the same force which carried the solar orb above the earth compels it to turn its course beneath the earth. Matuta also, the goddess of the morning, leads forth the rosy aurora, and spreads abroad the light at a certain hour, either because the same sun which was under the earth, returning again, aspires to the heaven, proceeding to enlighten it with his rays, or because at that particular time bodies of fire congregate, and many atoms of heat are accustomed to meet in confluence, which cause a new light of the sun to be perpetually produced. Thus it is said that from the lofty hills of Ida the rays of the sun, when his light rises in the east, are seen dispersed, and that they afterwards collect, as it were, into one body, and form a complete orb. Nor ought it, in such phenomena, to be a subject of wonder that these atoms of fire can thus flow together, and renew the splendor of the sun at a certain time. For we observe many other things which take place at a certain time in all departments of nature. The groves flourish at a certain time, and at a certain time drop their verdure. At a certain time also age directs the teeth to be shed, and causes the immature youth to bloom with soft down, and to let the flexible beard, too, descend from his cheeks. Lightnings, moreover, snow, rain, cloudy weather, and winds take place at seasons of the year by no means uncertain. For since the first commencement of causes thus arose, and the affairs of the world thus proceeded, as at present, from their earliest origin, every event is a consequence in the unvarying course of things. That the days also increase while the nights grow shorter, and that the days are diminished in length when the nights become augmented, may possibly happen, either because the same sun, revolving below and above the earth, divides the regions of the air with unequal curves, and distinguishes the orb of heaven into dissimilar parts, while, whatever it has taken from one part of it, it adds, as it revolves, just so much to the opposite part, until it has come to that sign in the heavens where the node of the year makes the darkness of night equal to the light of day. For the heaven has two separate points at equal distances, where the courses of the north wind and the south meet, owing to the position of the whole circle of the zodiac, in which the revolving sun consumes the period of the year, illumining the earth and the sky with oblique light, as the system of those declares who have observed that whole region of the heaven which is distinguished by the array of the 12 signs. Or, because the air is denser in certain parts, the tremulous rays of light are therefore retarded, and cannot easily penetrate it and emerge to the dawn, for which reason the nights in the winter delay long, until the bright herald of day returns. Or again, because, at alternate seasons of the year, the atoms of flame, which cause the sun to rise in a particular part of the heavens at a particular time, are accustomed to congregate slower or faster. As for the moon, she may shine because she is struck with the rays of the sun, and may turn towards us every day a larger portion of light in her aspect, as she recedes farther from the sun's orb, until, being opposite to him, she has shone forth with fullest splendor, and, rising on high in the east, has beheld his setting in the west. Thence also, retiring backwards, she may, as it were, hide her light gradually as she approaches from the opposite side, along the circle of the zodiac, nearer to the sun's radiance, as those philosophers suppose who make the moon to be in shape like a ball, and to pursue her path of revolution beneath the sun, and hence it happens that they seem to say what is true. There is also a hypothesis by which the moon may revolve and present various phases of brightness with her own light. For it is possible that there may be another body which moves and advances together with her, and which in every way obstructs and hinders her light, but nevertheless cannot be seen, as it passes along in total darkness. And the moon may possibly revolve upon her axis, like a ball tinged with shining light only on one side, and may, by turning her orb, present to us her various phases. Thus, progressively, she turns that part which is illuminated, so as to behold us with a full aspect and open eye. Then, by degrees, she turns away and removes from us the brilliant side of her orb, as indeed the Babylonish doctrine of the Chaldeans taught, which, refuting the method of the Greek astrologers, labors to support this hypothesis in opposition to it, just as if that, for which each contends, might not be true, or as if there were any reason why you should choose to embrace one opinion less than the other. Further, when you see so many things produced in a certain order, it is difficult to demonstrate by reason, and to evince by argument, why a new moon may not be generated every day, with a certain succession of phases and figures, and each moon, as it diurnally arises, diurnally decay, and another be reproduced in its place and station. For the spring and Venus begin their course, and the winged Zephyr, the harbinger of spring, walks before, near whose footsteps maternal Flora, preparing the way, covers the whole path with richest flowers and perfumes. Next follows scorching summer, and dusty Ceres closely attendant on her, and the Etesian breezes of the northern winds. Then succeeds autumn, together with whom advances Bacchus. Then follow other weather and other winds, the loud resounding southeast, and the south fraught with thunder. At length cold brings on snows, and spreads abroad benumbing chillness, and winter comes after, and frost chattering with his teeth. Since, therefore, so many things may occur at a certain time, it is the less surprising if the moon is at a certain time produced, and at a certain time decays. As for the eclipses of the sun and occultations of the moon, you must suppose that they may arise from various causes. For, as you perhaps ask, why should the moon only be thought able to shut out the world from light, and to oppose her high head to it on the side of the earth, obtending her dark orb to the sun's glowing rays, and not some other body, which may always revolve devoid of light, be considered able to produce such an effect at the same time? And why also may not the sun at a certain time send forth his radiance languidly, and again renew his splendor, when, in his passage through the air, he has passed by certain places which, we may suppose, are hurtful to his beams, and which cause his fires to be suppressed and extinguished? And why should the earth have power, in its turn, to deprive the moon of light, and, passing itself above, to keep the sun shut out from her, while she passes monthly through the dense coniform shadow? And why should not some other body be able, at that time, to pass beneath the moon, or to glide over the orb of the sun, which body may intercept from her his effulgent rays and spreading light? And still, if the moon shines herself by her own brightness, why may she not grow dim in a certain part of the world, while she passes through regions noxious to her light? For what remains, since I have shown how everything may occur in the blue sky of our vast world, in order that we might understand what power and causes might produce the varied course of the sun and the wanderings of the moon, and by what means they are accustomed to have their light obstructed and eclipsed, and to spread sudden darkness over the earth when they shut their eyes, as it were, for a time, and then, having opened them again, cover every fair region with shining light. I now return to the early age of the world, and the tender fields of earth, to consider what kind of productions they first ventured, with their new power of generation, to raise into the regions of light and to commit to uncertain winds. In the beginning, then, the earth spread over the hills the growth of herbs, and the beauty of verdure, and the flowery fields throughout all regions shone with a green hue. And then was given to the various kinds of trees full power of shooting upwards through the air. For as feathers and hairs and bristles are first produced over the limbs of quadrupeds and the bodies of the winged tribes, so the new earth then first put forth herbs and trees, and afterwards generated the numerous races of animals, which arose in various forms and by various modes. For animals that were to live on the earth could assuredly neither have fallen from the sky, nor have come forth from the salt depths of the sea. It remains therefore to believe that the earth must justly have obtained the name of mother, since from the earth all living creatures were born. And even now many animals spring forth from the earth, which are generated by means of moisture and the quickening heat of the sun. It is accordingly less wonderful if, at the same time, creatures more numerous and of larger size arose, and came to maturity while the earth and the air were yet fresh and vigorous. First of all, the race of winged animals and the variegated birds left their eggs, being excluded in the season of spring, as grasshoppers in these days spontaneously leave their thin coats in the summer, proceeding to seek sustenance and life. Next, be assured, the earth produced for the first time the tribes of men and beasts, for much heat and moisture abounded through the plains, and hence, where any suitable region offered itself, a kind of wombs sprung up, adhering to the earth by fibers. These, when the age of the infants within them at the season of maturity had opened, escaping from their moist enclosure and seeking for air, nature, in those places, prepared the pores of the earth and forced it to pour from its open veins a liquid like milk, just as every woman at present, when she has brought forth, is stored with sweet milk, because all the strength of the food is directed to the breasts. Thus the earth afforded nourishment to the infants. The warmth rendered a garment unnecessary, and the grass supplied a couch, abounding with luxuriant and tender down. But the early age of the world gave forth neither severe cold nor extraordinary heat, nor winds of impetuous violence, for all these alike increase and acquire strength by time. For which cause, I say again and again, the earth has justly acquired and justly retains the name of mother, since she herself brought forth the race of men, and produced, at this certain time, almost every kind of animal which exults over the vast mountains, and the birds of the air, at the same period, with all their varied forms. But because she must necessarily have some termination to bearing, she ceased, like a woman, exhausted by length of time. For lapse of time changes the nature of the whole world, and one condition after another must succeed to all things, nor does any being continue always like itself. All is unsettled. Nature alters and impels everything to change. For one thing decays, and, grown weak through age, languishes. Another again grows up, and bursts forth from contempt. Thus age changes the nature of the whole world, and one condition after another falls upon the earth, so that what she could once bear she can no longer, while she can bear what she did not bear of old. The earth also in that age made efforts to produce various monsters that sprung up with wonderful faces and limbs, the hermaphrodite between both sexes, and not either, but removed from both, others wanting feet, and others destitute of hands. Some also were found dumb for want of a mouth, and some blind, without even a face. and others again were shackled by the cohesion of their limbs over their whole bodies, so that they could neither do anything nor go in any direction, could neither avoid harm nor take what was necessary to preserve life. Other prodigies and portents of this kind she generated, but to no purpose, for nature abhorred and prevented their increase, nor could they reach the desired maturity of age, or find nutriment, or be united in the pleasures of love. For we see that many circumstances must concur with other circumstances in order that living creatures may be able to produce their kinds by propagation. First, it is necessary that there be food. Then, that there be genial semen throughout the organs, which may flow when the limbs are relaxed in union. And likewise, for the female to be united with the male, they must both have correspondent members, by which each may combine in mutual delight with the other. Many kinds of animal life, too, must then have perished, not having been able to continue their species by propagation. For whatever creatures you see breathing the vital air, assuredly either craft or courage, or at least activity, has preserved and defended their race from the commencement of its existence. And there are many which, from their usefulness to mankind, remain, as it were, entrusted to us, and committed to our guardianship. In the first place, courage has protected the fierce brood of lions and the savage races of other wild animals, and craft has secured the fox, as swiftness has saved the stag. But the light slumbering breed of dogs, with their faithful affections, and all the various species of horses, and the woolly flocks too, and horned cattle, all these, my dear Memmius, are committed to the protection of man. For they have anxiously avoided wild beasts, and have sought peace, and plenty of subsistence has been provided for them without labor of theirs, which subsistence we secure to them as a reward in return for their service. But of those to whom nature has given no such qualities, that they should either be able to live of themselves, or to afford us any service, why should we suffer the races to be maintained and protected by our support? Indeed, all these, rendered helpless by their own fatal bonds, were exposed as a prey and a prize to other animals, until nature brought their whole species to destruction. But centaurs and such creatures there neither were, nor ever can be, for there can never exist an animal formed of a double nature and of two bodies, an animal made up of such heterogeneous members that the power in the opposite portions of the frame cannot possibly be equal. This you may learn, with however dull an understanding, from the following observations. First, the horse, when 3 years of his age have passed, is flourishing in full vigor. The boy, at this time of life, is by no means so, but will even often seek in his sleep the milky teats of his mother's breast. Afterwards, when, in old age, his lusty vigor and stout limbs are failing the horse, growing torpid as life is departing, behold, at that very period, the young man's age, being in its flower, youth prevails in him, and clothes his cheeks with soft down, so that you cannot possibly imagine that centaurs can be composed or consist of a man and the servile seed of a horse, or that there can be scylli of half-marine bodies tinctured with fierce dogs, or other monsters of this sort, whose parts we observe to be incompatible with each other, parts which neither grow up together in their bodies, nor acquire vigor together, nor lose their strength together in old age, and which are neither excited by the same objects of affection, nor agree with the same tempers, nor find that the same kinds of food are nutritious to their bodies. For you may observe that bearded goats often grow fat on hemlock, which to men is rank poison. Since, too, the flame of fire is accustomed to scorch and burn up the tawny bodies of lions, as well as every kind of creature on earth that consists of flesh and blood, how was it possible that a chimera, One animal compounded of 3 bodies, the forepart a lion, the hinder a dragon, the middle a goat, could blow abroad at its mouth a fierce flame out of its body. For which reason, he who supposes that such animals might have been produced, even when the earth was new and the air fresh, leaning for argument only on this empty term of newness, may babble with equal reason many other hypotheses of a like nature. He may say that rivers of gold then flowed everywhere over the earth, and that the groves were accustomed to blossom with jewels, or that men were formed with such power and bulk of limbs that they could extend their steps over the deep seas and turn the whole heaven around them with their hands. For though, at the time when the earth first produced animal life, there were innumerable seeds of things in the ground, this is yet no proof that creatures could have been generated of mixed natures, and that heterogeneous members of animals could have been blended together, since the various kinds of herbs and fruits and rich groves, which even now spring up exuberantly from the earth, can nevertheless not be produced with a union of different kinds. But they can readily be produced if each proceeds in its own order, and all preserve their distinctions according to the fixed law of nature. End of section 14.
Section 15 of On the Nature of Things. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com. On the Nature of Things by Lucretius. Translated by John Selby Watson. Section 15, Book 5, Part 3. And that early race of men upon the earth was much more hardy, as it was natural that they should be, for the hard earth herself bore them. They were internally sustained with bones both larger and more solid, and furnished with strong nerves throughout their bodies, nor were they a race that could easily be injured by heat or cold, or by change of food, or by any corporeal malady. And during many lustres of the sun, revolving through the heaven, they prolonged their lives after the roving manner of wild beasts. No one was either a driver of the crooked plough, or knew how to turn up the fields with the spade, or to plant young seedlings in the earth, or to cut with pruning hooks the old boughs from the lofty trees. That supply which the sun and rain had afforded, or which the earth had yielded of its own accord, sufficiently gratified their desires. They refreshed themselves, for the most part, among the acorn-laden oaks. The earth, too, then furnished abundance of whortleberries, even larger than at present, which you now see ripen in winter and become of a purple colour, and many rude kinds of nourishment besides, ample for hapless mortals, the florid freshness of the world in those days produced. The rivers and fountains then invited them to quench their thirst, as the echoing fall of waters from the high hills now calls, far and wide, the thirsty tribes of wild beasts. Afterwards they occupied the sylvan temples of the nymphs, well known to the wanderers, from which the goddesses sent forth flowing rills of water, to lave with a copious flood the humid rocks, trickling over the green moss, and to swell and burst forth, with a portion of their streams, over the level plain. Nor as yet did they understand how to improve their condition by the aid of fire, or to use skins, and to clothe their bodies with the spoils of wild beasts. But they dwelt in groves, and hollow mountains, and woods, and when compelled to flee from the violence of the wind and rain, sheltered their rude limbs amid the thickets. Nor could they have any regard to any common interest, or understand how to observe any customs or laws among themselves. Whatever prize fortune had thrown in the way of any one, on that he seized, each knowing only to profit by his own instinct and to live for himself. And Venus united the persons of lovers in the woods, for either mutual desire reconciled each female to the intercourse, or the impetuous force and vehement lust of the man overcame her, or acorns and whortleberries, or choice crabs were the purchase of her favours. And relying on the extraordinary vigour of their hands and feet, they pursued the sylvan tribes of wild beasts with missile stones and ponderous clubs, and many they overcame, while a few escaped them in their dens, and when surprised by night they threw their savage limbs like bristly boars, unprotected on the earth, covering themselves over with leaves and branches. Nor did they, trembling and wandering in the shades of night, seek to recall the day and the sun with loud cries throughout the fields, but, silent and buried in sleep, they waited till Phoebus with his roseate beams should again spread light over the heavens. For since they had always been accustomed, from their infancy, to see darkness and light produced at alternate seasons, it was impossible that they should ever wonder at the change, or feel apprehension lest, the beams of the sun being withdrawn for ever, eternal night should keep possession of the earth. But what rather gave them trouble was, that the tribes of wild beasts often disturbed the rest of hapless sleepers, while, driven from their cell at the approach of a foaming boar or stout lion, they fled from their rocky shelter, and yielded up with trembling, at the dead of night, their couches of leaves to the savage intruders. Nor yet did the race of men in those days leave with lamentations the sweet light of life in much greater numbers than at present. For though more frequently at that period one individual of their number, being caught by wild beasts and consumed by their teeth, afforded them living food, and filled meanwhile the groves and mountains and forests with his shrieks, as he felt his bowels buried in a living tomb, while those whom flight had saved, with their bodies torn and pressing their trembling hands over their grievous wounds, called on death with horrid cries, until, destitute of relief, and ignorant what their hurts required, cruel tortures deprived them of life. Yet in those times one day did not consign to destruction many thousands of men under military banners, nor did the boisterous floods of the sea dash ships and men upon rocks, but the ocean, though often rising and swelling, raged in vain and to no purpose, and laid aside its empty threats without effect. Nor could the deceitful allurement of its calm water entice, with its smiling waves, any one into danger, for the daring art of navigation was then unknown. Want of food then consigned languishing bodies to death; now, on the contrary, abundance of luxuries causes destruction. The men of those times often poured out poison for themselves unawares; now persons of their own accord give it craftily to others. Afterwards, when they procured huts and skins and fire, and the woman united to the man came to dwell in the same place with him, and when the pure and pleasing connections of undivided love were known, and they saw a progeny sprung from themselves, then first the human race began to be softened and civilized. For fire now rendered their shivering bodies less able to endure the cold under the canopy of heaven, and love diminished their strength, and children with their blandishments easily subdued the ferocious tempers of their parents. Then also neighbours, feeling a mutual friendship, began to form agreements not to hurt or injure one another, and they commended, with sounds and gestures, their children and the female sex to each other's protection, while they signified, with imperfect speech, that it is right for every one to have compassion on the weak. Such concord, however, could not be established universally, but the better and greater part kept their faith inviolate, or the human race would then have been wholly destroyed, and the species could not have continued its generations to the present period. But nature prompted men to utter the various sounds of the tongue, and convenience drew from them the names of things, almost in the same manner as inability to use the tongue seems to excite children to gesture, when it causes them to point with the finger at objects which are present before them. For every creature is sensible that it can use its own faculty. Even before horns are produced on the forehead of a calf, it butts and pushes fiercely with it when enraged, and the young of panthers and whelps of lions contend with their talons and feet and teeth, when their teeth and talons are yet scarcely grown. We see, moreover, that the whole race of birds trust to their wings, and seek a fluttering support from their pinions. To suppose, therefore, that any one man then assigned names to things, and that men thence learned their first words, is to think absurdly, For why should this one man be able to distinguish all things with names, and to utter the varied accents of the voice, and others not be deemed able to do this at the same time? Besides, if others had not also used words among themselves, whence was the knowledge of them engrafted in him? Whence was power first given to him, that he should understand and discern in his mind what expediency would wish to effect? One, likewise, would not be able to compel many and oblige them by force to submit to learn his names of things, nor could he by any means teach, or persuade men unfitted to listen, what was necessary to be done, for neither would they at all bear with patience, or long suffer him to din into their ears, to no purpose, the strange and unintelligible sounds of his voice. Lastly, what is there so wonderful in this matter, if the human race, whose voice and tongue were in full vigour, distinguished various objects by sounds, according to their various feelings, when dumb cattle and even the tribes of wild beasts are wont to utter different and distinct cries when terror or pain affects their hearts, and when joy prevails in them? For this you may observe by manifest instances. When the large flabby jaws of the Malassian dogs begin to growl, as they are irritated, exposing their hard teeth, their violent fury threatens with a far different sound from that which they utter when they merely bark, and fill all the neighbourhood with yelping. And when they begin to lick their whelps tenderly with their tongue, or when they fondle them with their paws, and, snapping at them, affect gently to swallow them up with teeth suspended over them, they soothe them with a sort of whining, using their voice far otherwise than when they howl, deserted in lonely buildings, or when with crouching body they slink whimpering from beneath a blow. Again, does not the voice of the horse seem also to differ, when, as a vigorous steed in the flower of his age, and pierced with the goads of winged love, he rages wildly among the mares, and when he utters a snorting for war from his expanded nostrils, and thus, with his limbs trembling, neighs in quite other tones? Further, the winged tribes, and various birds, hawks, and eagles, and gulls, which amid the waves of the sea seek their food, and living in the salt water, utter far other cries at other times, than when they contend for sustenance and fight about prey. Occasionally also the long-lived generations of crows and the flocks of ravens change their hoarse notes with the weather, when they are said sometimes to call for rain and showers, and sometimes to cry for gales of wind. If various feelings therefore impel the inferior animals, though they are destitute of speech, to utter various sounds, how much more consonant is it to reason that men, even in those early days, should have been able to distinguish different objects by different names? And lest, perchance, in reference to these subjects, you should meditate with yourself as to the following point, and be anxious to know the origin of fire, I will inform you that lightning first brought flame down upon the earth for mortals, and that from thence all the fire in the world is spread abroad. For we even now see many substances, struck with fire from heaven, ignite, when the ethereal region has sent down its flames. Though it is not to be forgotten, indeed, that when a branching tree struck by the winds is shaken and agitated, moving to and fro, and pressing against the boughs of another tree, fire, excited by the violent friction, is elicited, so that sometimes, while the branches and stems are rubbed together, a fervid glow of flame bursts forth, of which causes, accordingly, either might have supplied fire to mankind. The sun next instructed them to dress their food, and soften it with the heat of flame, for they saw many things, throughout the fields, mollified by the force of his beams, and subdued by his warmth. Hence those who excelled in sense, and had power of understanding, taught the others every day more and more to change their rude diet, and form a mode of life, for new practices and improvements by means of fire. At length the leaders began to build cities, and to found fortresses as a protection and refuge for themselves. They also divided the cattle and the fields, and allotted them according to the beauty and strength and understanding of each individual, for beauty was then much esteemed, and strength had great influence. Afterwards wealth was introduced, and gold brought to light, which easily robbed the strong and beautiful of their honour, for men, however strong, or endowed with however beautiful a person, generally follow the party of the richer. But to man, whoever governs his life according to true reason, it is great wealth to live on a little with a contented mind, for of a little there is no want. Yet men wished themselves to be honoured and powerful, that their fortune might rest on a steady foundation, and that themselves, being strong, might pass an undisturbed life. But this they desired in vain, for as they strove to reach the highest honours they rendered the course of their steps full of trouble. And still, though they attain their object, envy, like a thunderbolt, hurls them at times from their preeminence, and seeks them with scorn as into the gloom of Tartarus, so that it is far better to obey in quiet, than to seek to hold states under our sway and to manage kingdoms. Let men, therefore, if they will, sweat out their life's blood, wearying themselves to no purpose, and struggling along the narrow road of ambition, for the highest objects, and whatever are more exposed on eminences, are generally sooner scorched with envy as well as with lightning, since they gather knowledge only from the mouths of others, and pursue things rather from what they hear than from their own judgments. Nor does this folly prevail more now, or will it prevail more hereafter, than it has already prevailed in past time. Kings, therefore, being deposed and slain, the ancient majesty of their thrones and their proud sceptres lay overthrown in the dust, and the illustrious ornament of the royal head, stained with blood beneath the feet of the rabble, mourned the loss of its supreme honour, for that which has been too much feared before is eagerly trodden down. Power, accordingly, returned to the lowest dregs and rabble of mankind, whilst each sought dominion and eminence for himself. But at length the wiser part taught them to establish a government, and made laws for them, that they might consent to observe order. For mankind, weary of passing their lives in a state of violence, were worn out with contentions, on which account they fell more submissively under the power of laws and strict ordinances. For because every one, in his resentment, prepared to take revenge for himself more severely than is now allowed by equitable laws, men, for this reason, became disgusted with living in strife. Since from this source the fear of punishment poisons the enjoyments of life, for violence and injury involve everyone, and generally recoil upon the head of him from whom they arose, nor is it possible for anyone to live a quiet and peaceable life, who violates by his actions the common bonds of peace. For though his guilt escape for a time the knowledge of both gods and men, yet he cannot feel sure that it will always be hidden, since many, speaking frequently in dreams, or being delirious in sickness, are said to have revealed their secrets, and to have published to the world long concealed crimes. In the next place, what cause spread abroad throughout the wide nations of the earth the notion of the existence and power of the gods, and filled cities with altars, and led solemn sacred rites to be instituted, which sacred rites now flourish and are performed on all important occasions and in all distinguished places, whence also terror pervades mortals, a terror which raises new temples of the deities throughout the whole globe of the earth, and impels men to celebrate their worship on feast days. It is not so difficult as it may seem to explain. For in those early times of which we speak, the tribes of mortals beheld in their minds, even when awake, glorious images as of gods, and saw them in their sleep, still more distinctly, and of a wondrous magnitude of figure. To these, therefore, they attributed vitality, because they seemed to move their limbs, and to utter majestic words, suitable to their distinguished appearance and mighty strength. And they assigned to them an immortal existence, because their appearances came in constant succession, and their form remained the same, although they might certainly have deemed them immortal on another account, as they would consider that beings, endowed with such apparent strength, could not easily be subdued by any destructive force. And they thought them preeminent in happiness, because the fear of death could thus trouble none of them, and because at the same time they saw them, in their dreams, do many and wonderful actions, and experience, as it seemed, no difficulty in the performance of them. Besides, they observed the revolutions of the heavens, and the various seasons of the year go round in a certain order, and yet could not understand by what causes these effects were produced. They had, then, this resource for themselves, to ascribe all things to gods, and to make all things be guided by their will. And the seats and abodes of these gods they placed in the sky, because through the sky the night and the moon are seen to revolve. The moon, I say, the day and the night, and the august constellations of night, and the nocturnal luminaries of the heavens, and the flying meteors, as well as the clouds, the sun, rain, snow, winds, lightnings, hail, and the vehement noises and loud threatening murmurs of the thunder. O unhappy race of men! As they attributed such acts, besides ascribing bitter wrath to the gods, what lamentations did they then prepare for themselves, and what sufferings for us? What fears have they entailed upon our posterity? Nor is it any piety for a man to be seen with his head veiled, turning towards a stone, and drawing near to every altar, or to fall prostrate on the ground, and to stretch out his hands before the shrines of the gods, or to sprinkle the altars with copious blood of four-footed beasts, and to add vows to vows. But it is rather piety to be able to contemplate all things with a serene mind. For when we look up to the celestial regions of the vast world above, and contemplate the firmament studded with glittering stars, and reflect upon the revolutions of the sun and moon, the apprehension lest there should, perchance, be an almighty power of the gods above us, which guides the stars in their various motions, begins then to raise its head, as if awaking within our breast an apprehension which, perhaps, before lay dormant under the weight of other cares. Since poverty of reason and ignorance of natural causes disquiet the mind, while it doubts whether there was any birth or commencement of the world, or whether there is any limit of time, until which the walls of the world, and the silent movements of the heavenly bodies, can endure this incessant labour, or whether the heavens, divinely endowed with an imperishable nature, can, as they roll along time's eternal course, defy the mighty power of endless age. Besides, whose heart does not shrink at the terrors of the gods? Whose limbs do not shudder with dread, when the scorched earth trembles with the awful stroke of lightning, and when the roars of thunder pervade the vast heaven? Do not people and nations tremble, and do not proud monarchs, penetrated with fear of the deities, recoil in every nerve, lest, for some foul deed or arrogant word, the dread time of paying penalty be come? When likewise the mighty force of a tempestuous wind raging over the sea sweeps athwart the deep the commander of a fleet with all his powerful legions and elephants, does he not solicit peace of the gods with vows, and timidly implore them with prayers for a lull of the winds and a prosperous gale? But alas! he implores them to no purpose, for frequently seized by a violent hurricane, he is nevertheless borne away to the shoals of death. Thus some unseen power, apparently, bears upon human things, and seems to trample down proud fasces and cruel axes, and make them merely a sport for itself. Further, when the whole earth totters under our feet, and cities, shaken to their base, fall or threaten to fall, what wonder is it that the nations of the world despise and humble themselves, and admit the vast influence of the gods over the world, and their stupendous power to govern all things? Moreover, brass and gold and iron were discovered, as well as heavy silver and the substance of lead, at a time when fire had consumed mighty forests upon the high mountains, either from lightning having been hurled upon them, or because men, warring among themselves in the woods, had set fire to them for a terror to their enemies, or else because, moved by the goodness of the soil, they wished to lay open fertile fields, and to render the country fit for pasturage, or because they sought to kill the wild beasts, and to enrich themselves with their spoils. For to catch the game by means of pitfalls and fire became a practice before men surrounded the forest with nets, or roused the animals with dogs. However this may be, or from whatever cause the rage of the fire, with frightful noise had consumed the woods from their deepest roots, and had melted the earth with heat, there flowed from the boiling veins uniting in the hollow places of the soil a stream of silver and gold, as well as of brass and lead, which, when they afterwards saw it congealed, and shining with a bright colour on the ground, they took up, being attracted by its glittering and smooth lustre, and they observed that the masses were formed of the same shape as the figure of the receptacle of each had been. It then occurred to them that these metals, being melted with heat, might settle into any form or figure of things, and might also be fashioned by beating out into the sharpest and finest points of instruments, so that they might make tools for themselves, and be able both to cut down the woods, and hew timber, and smooth and polish boards, as well as to pierce, excavate, and bore. These instruments they at first attempted to make of silver and gold, no less than of the strong substance of hard brass, but in vain, for the consistence of those metals yielded and gave way, and both were alike unable to bear severe usage. Accordingly, brass was then more in esteem, and gold was neglected on account of its uselessness, as taken only a dull edge and blunt point. Now brass is despised, and gold has succeeded to the highest honours. For thus revolving time changes the seasons of things. That which was once in estimation becomes of no repute at all, while another thing succeeds and bursts forth from contempt, something which is daily more and more sought, and which, when found, flourishes among mankind with special praise and wonderful honour. It is now easy for thee to understand of thyself, my Menimus, how the nature and use of iron were discovered. The first weapons of mankind were the hands, nails, and teeth, also stones and branches of trees, the fragments of the woods. Then flame and fire were used as soon as they were known, and lastly was discovered the strength of iron and brass. But the use of brass was known earlier than that of iron, inasmuch as its substance is more easy to work, and its abundance greater. With brass they turned up the soil of the earth, and with brass they excited the tumults of war, and inflicted deep wounds, and took away the cattle and lands of their neighbours. For everything unarmed and defenceless easily surrendered to those that were armed. Then gradually came forth the sword of steel, and the form of the brazen pruning hook was turned into contempt. With iron they began to cleave the ground, and the contests of doubtful warfare were made equal. And it appears that man mounted armed upon the back of the horse, and guided it with reins, and exerted his right hand to fight, before he tried the hazards of war in a two-horsed chariot. It also doubtless occurred earlier to yoke 2 horses than 4, or then to mount in full armour on chariots equipped with scythes. In process of time the Carthaginians taught fierce elephants, with towers on their backs and with snake-like proboscis, to endure the wounds of war, and to throw vast martial battalions into confusion. Thus sad discord produced one invention after another, to spread terror in battle among the tribes of men, and added daily increase to the horrors of contention. They tried bulls also in the business of war, and endeavoured to impel fierce boars against the enemy. The Parthians, too, sent strong lions before them, with armed keepers and daring guides, to govern them and hold them in chains. But such attempts were in vain, for the savage beasts, heated with tumultuous slaughter, and shaking their terrible manes on every side, disordered all troops without distinction, nor could the riders soothe the spirits of their horses, which were alarmed at the roaring of the lions, and turn them with the reins against the enemy. The lions, in their rage, threw themselves with leaps among the soldiers in every part. They flew at the faces of those who came against them, and seized on others from behind unawares, and clasping them round about, threw them to the earth, sinking under wounds, clinging to them with their strong teeth and hooked talons. The bulls tossed their own people, and trampled them under foot. They gored with their horns and sides of the horses, and their bellies underneath, and tore up the earth with alarming fury. But the boars killed their own friends with strong tusks, staining in their rage the broken darts with their blood, and spread promiscuous destruction among cavalry and infantry. For though the horses, leaping aside, shunned the fierce attacks of their teeth, or rearing up pawed the air with their feet, yet they struggled to no purpose, since you might have seen them sink down hamstrung, and cover the earth with a heavy fall. Whatever beasts they thought sufficiently tame at home, they saw, in the heat of action, maddened with wounds, cries, flight, terror, and tumult. Nor could they recall any portion of them to order, for all the different kinds of beasts scattered themselves abroad, as elephants even now, when imperfectly inured to weapons, flee hither and thither, after having inflicted much cruel damage on their masters. Thus and with these views it is possible that they might act. But I am scarcely inclined to think that they could not originally foresee and consider in their minds how general and calamitous and evil such warfare would prove to succeeding times. But they were willing to adopt this practice, not so much with the hope of conquering as to cause annoyance to the enemy, and men who distrusted their numbers and were without efficient arms naturally grew desperate, and were ready to perish themselves if they might but destroy their opponents. The garment of skins, fastened together, existed before the woven dress. The woven succeeded the discovery of iron, for by iron weaving is performed. Nor indeed of any other material can instruments of such smoothness as treadles, spindles, shuttles, and rattling yarn beams be produced. And nature obliged men to work in wool before women, for all the male sex far excel in art, and are much more ingenious than the female. This state of things continued until the sturdy husbandman made it a reproach to the workers in wool, making them consent to resign it to the hands of women, and themselves to endure hard labour together with the tillers of the ground, and strengthen their limbs and hands with severe toil. But of sowing and planting, and of grafting, Nature, the great producer of all things, was herself the first example and origin. For berries and acorns that fell from the trees exhibited, in the proper season, a crop of seedlings underneath, from observing which they also ventured to entrust slips to the boughs, and to plant young stocks throughout the fields. They then tried different methods of tilling the kindly soil, and saw wild fruits become improved in their lands by being cherished and indulgently cultivated. And they compelled the woods to withdraw daily further up the mountains, and to give room below for tillage, so that they might have meadows, lakes, rivulets, cornfields, and rich vineyards throughout the hills and plains, and that a green tract of olives, marking the ground, might run between other trees, stretching far over the heights and valleys and plains, as you now see all gardens distinguished with varied beauty, which, intersected with rows of dulcet apples, men lay out and adorn, and which they keep planted around with other fruit trees. But to imitate with the mouth the liquid voices of birds was practised long before men could play melodious tunes, and delight the ear with music. The whistling of the zephyr through the empty reeds first taught the rustics to blow through hollow stalks. Then by degrees they learned the sweet plaintive notes which the pipe, pressed by the fingers of the players, pours forth, the pipe which is now found through all the pathless groves and woods and glades, through the solitary haunts and divine resting places of the shepherds. Thus time by degrees suggests every discovery, and skill evolves it into the regions of light and fame. These melodies softened the hearts of those swains, and delighted them when they were satisfied with food, for then everything affords pleasure. Oftentimes, therefore, stretched upon the soft grass near a rivulet of water under the boughs of a high tree, they socially, though with no great wealth, gratified their senses with pleasure, especially when the weather smiled upon them, and the seasons of the year painted the green herbage with flowers. Then jests, and pleasant talk, and agreeable laughter, were wont to be enjoyed, for then the rustic muse had full vigour and influence. Then sportive gaiety prompted them to deck their heads and shoulders with garlands of flowers and leaves, and to stand forth in irregular dances, moving their limbs stiffly, and to stamp on Mother Earth with heavy foot, whence arose smiles and jocund laughter, because all these exhibitions had then greater effect, as being new and wonderful. Hence to produce various modulations of voice, and to weave tunes, and to run over the reeds with compressed lips, were compensations for want of sleep as they watched during the night. From whom also the men of the present day, wakeful and nocturnal orgies, have received and maintain the same practices, and have learned to preserve regularity of numbers, and yet they do not, even now, enjoy their amusement with greater delight than that which the sylvan sons of earth then experienced. For that gratification which is present, if we have previously known nothing more agreeable, delights us preeminently, and seems to be superior to everything else; but anything better, which is discovered afterwards, blunts and alters our feelings as to all we enjoyed before. Thus dislike of acorns came upon mankind. Thus those ancient beds, formed of grass and leaves, were abandoned. Skins too, and the savage dress fell into contempt, a dress of which I can imagine the discovery to have excited such envy that he who first wore it possibly died from a treacherous combination against him, and that his garment, being torn with much bloodshed among those who slew him, was at last spoiled and rendered incapable of being used. In those days, skins, in these gold and purple, disturbed the life of men with cares, and harass it with war. In which regard, as I think, blame has fallen far more justly on us than on them. For cold tormented the uncovered children of earth, when they were without skins. But to be destitute of a purple garment, adorned with gold and cumbrous figures, causes no inconvenience to us, provided that we have, instead of it, a common dress that may defend us against the weather. The human race, accordingly, labour perpetually in vain and to no purpose, and consume their life in empty cares, evidently because they do not know what is the proper limit to acquisition, and how far real pleasure extends. And this ignorance has gradually carried them into a sea of evils, and thoroughly aroused the mighty tumults of war. But the wakeful and untiring sun and moon, that illumine with their light the vast revolving region of the heaven, taught mankind that the seasons of the year proceed, and that every thing is carried on by a certain law and in a certain order. They afterwards passed their lives defended with strong fortresses, and the earth, divided and marked out, was cultivated and peopled. The sea was next covered with ships for the sake of perfumes. Men had auxiliaries and allies, with settled treaties. The poets now began to hand down great deeds in their poems. Letters had only a short time before been discovered. Hence our age cannot trace what previously occurred, except so far as reason gives indications. Ships and the culture of land, walls of cities, laws, arms, roads, garments, and other things of this kind, all the blessings and all the delights of life, poems, pictures, and artfully wrought statues, improving use, and the experience of the active mind, proceeding step by step, taught all mankind gradually to adopt. Thus time by degrees suggests every discovery, and skill evolves it into the regions of light and celebrity. Thus in the various arts we see that different inventions proceed from different minds, until they reach the highest point of excellence. End of section 15, book 5, part 3. Recording by Nathan at antipodeanwriter.wordpress.com.
Section 16 of On the Nature of Things. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lenny. On the Nature of Things by Lucretius, translated by John Selby Watson. Section 16, Book 6, Part 1. In early days, Athens, of illustrious name, first communicated to suffering mortals the method of producing corn. Athens also first improved life and established laws. Athens, moreover, first afforded sweet consolations of existence, when she gave birth to that preeminent man, endowed with such mighty genius, who once poured forth instruction on all subjects from his truth-speaking mouth, and whose fame, spread abroad of old on account of his discoveries, is raised, since his death, even to the skies. For when he observed that almost all things which necessity requires for subsistence, and by which mankind may render life free from care, are always prepared for them by nature, yet saw that men may abound in wealth, may be crowned with honour and applause, and may have pride in the good fame of their children, but that, notwithstanding, there may be griefs in the heart of each at home, and each may disquiet life with unhappy querulousness of mind, he understood, at once, the cause which compels them to lament with such troublesome complaints. He perceived that the vessel itself was in fault, and that all good things which were collected and brought into it from abroad were spoiled by its imperfection within. He was convinced of this, partly because he saw that it was unsound and perforated, so that it could never by any means be filled, and partly because he found that it contaminated with an offensive taste, as it were, all things that it had received within it. He therefore purged the minds of men with the words of truth, and set bounds to desire and fear. He explained what is the chief good at which we all aim, and showed the way, in a narrow track, by which we may in a straight course arrive at it. And he taught what evil prevails everywhere in human affairs, which flows and arises variously, either from casual accident or from necessity, according as nature has appointed. And he showed from what portals each ought to be met, and proved that mankind revolve in their breasts, for the most part unnecessarily, the sorrowful tumults of care. For, as children tremble and fear everything in thick darkness, so we, in the light, fear sometimes things which are not more to be feared than those which children dread and imagine about to happen in the dark. This terror of the mind, therefore, it is not the rays of the sun, or the bright arrows of day that must dispel, but the contemplation of nature and the exercise of reason. For which cause I shall more carefully proceed to complete with some further observations the undertaking which I have in hand. And since I have shown that the regions of the world are mortal, and that the heaven consists of substance generated and perishable, and that whatever things are produced, and must necessarily be produced, within it, are for the most part necessarily dissolved, attend now to what further remains to be said, since his friends once more exhort the charioteer to ascend his stately chariot, testifying by their applause that all things which before were adverse to his course are now altered through their gentle favour. But the phenomena which men observe to occur in the earth and the heavens, when, as often happens, they are perplexed with fearful thoughts, overawe their minds with a dread of the gods, and humble and depress them to the earth, for ignorance of natural causes obliges them to refer all things to the power of the divinities, and to resign the dominion of the world to them. Because of these effects they can by no means see the origin, and accordingly suppose that they are produced by divine influence. For if those who have fairly understood that the gods pass a life free from care, nevertheless wonder, meanwhile, how things can severally be carried on, especially in those matters which are seen in the ethereal regions above our heads, they are carried back again to their old notions of religion, and set over themselves cruel tyrants, whom they unhappily believe able to do all things, being themselves ignorant what can and what cannot be done, and by what means limited power and a deeply fixed boundary is assigned to everything. On which account, through their own blind reasoning, they are led away more and more into error. Such fancies, unless you expel from your mind and put far from you unworthy thoughts of the gods, and cease to harbour notions inconsistent with their tranquillity, the sacred power of the divinities will often, as being offended by you, obstruct your peace. Not that the supreme majesty of the deities can really be violated, so that it should seek through anger to inflict severe punishment, but because you yourself, when you might be calm in tranquil peace, will suppose that the gods cherish vast floods of wrath against you, nor will you approach the temples of the deities with a heart at ease, nor be able to admit into your mind with placid serenity of contemplation those images which are born from the sacred persons of the gods, as indications of their divine beauty into the breasts of mankind. Hence you may conceive what sort of life would follow such a belief. And although many observations have been made by me, to the end that true wisdom may repel such a life far from us, many more still remain to be added and to be recommended by smooth verse, and the nature of things above us and of the heaven is to be understood. Tempests and bright lightnings are to be sung, their nature is to be told, and from what cause they pursue their course, lest, having foolishly divided the heaven into parts, you should be anxious as to the quarter from which the flying flame may come, or to what region it may betake itself, and tremble to think how it penetrates through walled enclosures, and how, having exercised its power, it extricates itself from them. Of which phenomena the multitude can by no means see the causes, and think that they are accomplished by supernatural power. Thou, O skilful muse Calliope, solace of men, and pleasure of the gods, mark out my path for me, as I run to the white goal at the end of the course, that, under thy guidance, I may attain a crown with distinguished applause. In the first place, the blue skies are convulsed with thunder, because the clouds in the air, as they fly along on high, when winds are opposite to each other, meet together in collision. For in a clear part of the sky no noise takes place, but the more densely the clouds are collected, in any quarter whatsoever, with so much louder a noise does the thunder frequently proceed from that quarter. The clouds too, it is to be observed, can neither be of so dense a substance as stones and wood are, nor again of so subtle a consistence as flying mists and smoke are. For in the one case they would either fall, being brought down by their own dead weight, or in the other they would, like smoke, be unable to keep together, or to retain within them the cold snows and showers of hail. Clouds also produce a sound by certain motions athwart the regions of the open sky, as canvas, stretched over the large theatres, makes a noise when it is tossed about among the posts and beams. Sometimes a cloud is ruffled and torn in pieces by boisterous winds, and then imitates the rattling noise of paper, for that kind of crackling you may also observe in thunder. Or it sounds as when the winds shake with their blasts a hanging garment or flying sheets of parchment, and rattle them in the air. It sometimes happens, moreover, that clouds cannot so much come into collision front to front, as meet side to side, rubbing their masses slowly against one another with various movements, whence that dry kind of sound which you may sometimes observe strikes upon the ear, and which is protracted for some time, until the clouds have escaped from the confined space. Thus too, not unfrequently, all things around, convulsed with violent thunder, seem to tremble, and the mighty walls of the capacious world appear at once to have started and burst asunder. And this happens when a collected body of strong wind has suddenly involved itself within a cloud, and being shut up there, forces the cloud, as the whirling air stretches it more and more in all directions, to become hollow, but with a thick crust round the cavity. Afterwards, when the strong force and spirit of the wind within has fermented, it at length, being emitted from confinement, gives a crack, with a frightfully crashing sound. Nor is this surprising, when a small bladder filled with air often produces, if suddenly burst, a loud sound of a similar kind. There is also another reason why the winds, when they blow among the clouds, may produce a sound, for we often see branched and rough clouds carried about in the air in various directions, so that such a noise may arise in the clouds as when the north-west gales blow through a thick wood, and the leaves make a rustling and the boughs crackle. It happens likewise at times that the vehement force of a strong blast tears a cloud asunder, cleaving it through with a straightforward assault. For what the wind may effect in the sky, manifest experience demonstrates on the earth, where, though it is less violent, it often overthrows and tears up lofty woods from their lowest roots. There are also waves in the clouds, which, breaking heavily, make a murmuring noise, such as is likewise excited in deep rivers and in the vast sea, when it is broken and rages with the tide. It occurs, moreover, that when the burning violence of lightning passes from one cloud into another, the second cloud, if it receives the fire into a large body of moisture, immediately extinguishes it with a loud noise, as hot iron, taken from a glowing furnace, hisses when we plunge it into the cold water standing near. Further, if a cloud, which is more dry than ordinary, receives the lightning, it is at once set on fire and scorched up with a loud sound, such as is heard if a flame, on any occasion, spreads over hills covered with laurel, burning it up with great fury, and impelled by a storm of wind. Nor does any substance burn with a more startling sound, as the flame crackles among its boughs, than the Delphic laurel of Phoebus. In addition, we may observe that a great crashing of ice and fall of hail among the vast clouds in the sky frequently produce a loud sound, for masses of cloud closely condensed and mixed with hail, are, when the wind compresses them, shattered and broken to pieces. It lightens also when the clouds by their collision have struck out numerous atoms of fire, just as if a stone strikes another stone, or a piece of iron, for then, in like manner, a light bursts forth and scatters abroad bright sparks of fire. But it always happens that we hear the sound of the thunder some time after we perceive it lighten, because objects which affect the hearing always come more slowly to the ears than those which affect the sight arrive at the eye. This you may easily understand from the following instance. If you observe a man at a distance cutting down the trunk of a tree with an axe, you will see the stroke itself, before the noise of the stroke makes any sound in the air. So too we see the lightning before we hear the thunder, which, however, is emitted at the same time with the flash, and produced from the same collision of the clouds. Clouds likewise sometimes tinge the parts around with swiftly diffused light, and the storm gleams with tremulous ardour from the following cause. When wind has penetrated a cloud, and, rolling about within it, has made the cloud, as I showed above, become hollow in the middle, and condensed round about, it acquires heat by its own activity, as you see all bodies glow when made warm by motion. And the ball of lead, from being whirled through a long space, even melts. This hot wind, accordingly, when it has burst a dark cloud, suddenly scatters atoms of heat, which are, as it were, driven out by its violence, and which cause the vibrating gleams of the lightning. Then follows the noise, which affects the ear more slowly than the beams which come to our eyes strike them. This, you will understand, takes place when the clouds are condensed, and when they are piled at the same time high above one another, with extraordinary effect. And do not be misled by the circumstance that we from below see more plainly how broad the clouds are than how high they are built up. For observe their appearance when the winds will carry these clouds resembling great mountains along through the air, or when you shall see on the sides of high hills some clouds piled upon others, and those placed in the upper region, while the winds are buried in repose, pressing down those in the lower. And you will then be able to comprehend their vastness of bulk, and observe the caverns within them, which are formed, as it were, of hanging rocks. And when the winds, at the rising of a tempest, have filled them, the winds themselves, being thus confined within the clouds, complain with a loud murmuring, and utter threats like wild beasts in dens. Sometimes they send their roarings in one direction, and sometimes in another, through the clouds, and seeking an outlet, turn themselves about and roll together atoms of fire from the cloudy masses. And thus they collect many igneous particles, and whirl about the flames within as in hollow furnaces, until, the cloud having burst, they dart forth with a flash. From this cause also it happens that gleaming golden colour of liquid fire flies down upon the earth, inasmuch as the clouds themselves must of necessity contain many atoms of fire, as, when they are without any moisture, their colour is generally fiery and shining. For they must receive many igneous particles from the light of the sun, so that they naturally look red, and send forth fire. When, therefore, the wind, driving them along, has thrust, compressed, and condensed them into one place, they pour forth the atoms of fire, which are squeezed out, and which cause the colour of flame to shine through the sky. It likewise lightens when the clouds in heaven are rarefied. For when the wind gently divides and attenuates them as they pass, those atoms which cause the lightning must fall even in spite of them, and then it lightens without any great terror, or sounds, or commotion. Of what nature, moreover, the lightning consists, its strokes, and the signs and marks which are burned into objects by its fire, and which exhale a strong scent of sulphur, sufficiently indicate. For these are tokens of fire, and not of wind or rain. Besides, lightning often set on fire the roofs of houses, and revel with a swift flame throughout houses themselves. For nature has formed this attenuated fire, you may be sure, of the most minute particles of flame, and with the subtlest motions and atoms, so that nothing whatever can resist it. Powerful lightning, indeed, passes through the walls of houses like sounds and voices. It passes through stones and brass, and melts brass and gold in a moment. It causes wine also to flow out suddenly from vessels which still remain entire, because, as is evident, its heat, at its contact, easily relaxes and expands all the earthen substance of the vessel, so that, penetrating into the liquid itself, it actively separates and dispels the atoms of the wine, agitating it with its flashing heat to a degree which the warmth of the sun seems unable to produce in an age, so much more active and forcible is this influence of lightning. How these lightnings are generated and become possessed of such force that they can split towers with a stroke, overturn houses, tear away beams and planks, demolish and scatter abroad the monuments of heroes, deprive men of life, destroy whole herds of cattle at once, and with what power they can effect all other things of this kind, I will now proceed to explain, nor will I delay you longer with promises. It must be admitted that lightnings are produced from clouds that are dense, and piled high in the air, for none are ever emitted from a clear sky, or from clouds that are but thinly collected. For doubtless manifest observation shows this to be the case, because, at the time when thunder is heard, the clouds are condensed from all sides through the whole atmosphere, so that we might suppose all the darkness to have left Acheron, and to have filled the immense vault of heaven, so formidably, when the dire gloom of storms has collected, and when the tempest begins to forge its thunderbolts, does the face of black terror impend over the earth from above. Over the sea, too, very frequently, a black stormy cloud, like a flood of pitch flowing down from heaven, so terribly descends upon the waters, and rolls onward in such thick darkness, and draws with it a black tempest so pregnant with thunder and hurricanes, being charged too to the utmost with fire and wind, that even men upon land shudder and seek shelter in their houses. Thus, therefore, we must believe that tempestuous clouds rise high above our heads, for neither could clouds overwhelm the earth with such thick darkness, the sun being wholly obscured, unless they were built up, numbers upon numbers, to a great height, nor could they, when descending in rain, deluge the earth with such vast showers as to make the rivers overflow, and the plains a sheet of water, unless the atmosphere contained clouds ranged high over one another. In the air, therefore, at the time of storms, all parts of the clouds are replete with wind and fire, and thus thunders and lightnings are produced. For I have shown above that the hollow clouds must contain many atoms of heat, and they must also of necessity receive many from the rays and warmth of the sun. Thus, when the same wind which has collected the clouds by chance into any one place has elicited from them many atoms of heat, and with that heat has mingled itself, the vortex of wind compressed within the cloud whirls itself about in it, and sharpens the lightning, as in a hot furnace within its depths. For this wind is heated in two ways: it both grows warm by its own motion, and by the contact of fire. Then, when the substance of the wind has grown hot of itself, or the strong influence of fire has excited it, the lightning, being ripe as it were, bursts suddenly through the cloud, and the fiery gleam is roused and driven forth, illumining all places with vibrating light, close upon which follows the awful crash of thunder, so that the regions of heaven above seem suddenly to be disruptured and to totter. Tremor then violently pervades the earth, and murmurs run along the lofty skies, for almost all the stormy air then trembles with the shock, and loud noises are sent forth, after which concussion follows heavy and abundant rain, so that the whole sky seems to be turned into showers, and thus falling precipitately to excite the waters to a new deluge. So mighty a sound issues forth from the displosion of a cloud, and from a tempest of wind, when the lightning flies abroad with its burning impetus. Sometimes too the vehement force of the wind falls upon a dense cloud externally, striking on its summit just ripe for explosion, and when it has burst through it, there flies out instantly the fiery vortex which we in our native language call lightning. And this is not confined to one point only, but extends to other parts, wheresoever the force of the wind has diffused itself. It happens at times also that a furious wind, though issuing forth without fire, yet ignites as it goes in a long space and protracted flight, losing too in its course some of those larger atoms which cannot penetrate through the air equally with the smaller, and collecting from the air itself as it flies through it some of those minute particles which, when mixed, generate fire, almost in the same manner as a ball of lead very frequently grows hot in its course, when, throwing off many atoms of cold, it conceives heat in the atmosphere. It occurs, moreover, that the force of a mere stroke excites fire in a cloud, when a cold blast of wind, darting forth without any fire at all, has struck upon it; because, as is evident, when the wind has dashed against the cloud with a violent impetus, atoms of heat may flow both from the wind itself and also from that cloudy substance which then receives its impact, just as fire flies out when we strike a stone with iron; nor because the substance of iron is cold do those particles of igneous brightness the less, on that account, flow together at the stroke. Thus any substance, likewise, must naturally be kindled by lightning, if it be adapted and disposed to take fire. Nor can the substance of the wind be easily supposed to be altogether cold, considering its rapid flight from the parts whence it was so forcibly discharged from above; for though it be not kindled by heat in its descent before it arrives in these lower regions, it yet comes to them tepid and mixed with warmth. But the activity and impulse of the lightning are so great as you observe them to be, and the thunderbolts in general fly with so swift a descent, because the force of the wind, when roused, first collects itself fully within the clouds, and makes a great struggle to issue forth. Then, when the cloud can no longer restrain the increased violence of its efforts, its fury bursts out, and flies, accordingly, with wonderful impetus, like darts which are hurled from powerful engines. Add to this, that it consists of small and smooth particles, nor is it easy for any body to withstand so subtle a substance, for it winds and penetrates through the most minute passages. It is not, therefore, checked or delayed by many obstacles, and it accordingly flies and spreads with the most active swiftness. Consider, further, that all bodies universally tend downwards by nature, and that, when an impulse is added, the swiftness is doubled and the force aggravated, so that, whatever obstacles oppose its power, it but the sooner and the more vigorously scatters them with a stroke, and pursues its own course. Besides, that which comes to the earth with a long flight must acquire speed, which continually increases by progression, and augments its vehement impetus, and gives force to its stroke. For its velocity causes whatever atoms there are in the body to be borne forward, as it were, straight to one point, combining them all as they roll on in that single direction. Perhaps the lightning, too, may, in its passage through the sky, attract to itself certain particles from the air, which may increase the violence of its strokes. And it passes through substances that remain uninjured, and penetrates many objects that continue unaltered, because the liquid fire finds a passage into them by the pores. And many bodies it rends asunder, when the atoms of the lightning strike against the atoms of their substances, where they are held in close contexture. It moreover easily dissolves brass, and melts gold in a moment, because its substance consists of infinitely small particles, and of atoms that are smooth, which easily penetrate bodies, and, when they have penetrated, suddenly dissolve all connections, and loosen all bonds. The vault of heaven, studded with glittering stars, and the whole earth round about, are shaken with thunder in autumn, when the flowery season of spring displays itself more than at other times. For in winter heat is deficient, and in summer the winds fail, and the clouds are not of so dense a consistence. But when the seasons of the year are between the two, all the various causes of thunder then concur. For the intermediate portion of the year blends the cold and the heat, both of which are necessary to produce thunder for us, so that, for the generation of it, there may be a discord in things, and that the atmosphere, raging with heat and wind, may be agitated with a vast tumult. For the beginning of summer and the end of winter is the season of spring, from which cause the two dissimilar natures, heat and cold, must at that time jar with one another, and produce a commotion as they mingle. And the termination of summer comes on, meeting the commencement of winter, at a time which is called the season of autumn, and then, too, violent colds contend with violent heats. These seasons may, therefore, be styled the war times of the year. Nor is it wonderful if, at these conjunctures, much thunder and lightning takes place, and if tumultuous tempests are excited in the sky, since there arises disturbance from doubtful strife on either hand, heat contending on the one side, and winds mingled with rain on the other. This is the way to learn the true nature of igneous lightning, and to understand by what power it produces every effect, not to seek for indications of the hidden mind of the gods by turning over, with futile research, the verses of Etruria, superstitiously observing whence the fleeting fire has come, or to which quarter it has turned itself, how it has penetrated through walled apartments, and how, having exercised its power, it has extricated itself from them, or what injury the stroke of a bolt from heaven can inflict. But if Jupiter and the other gods shake the shining regions of heaven with terrific thunder, and hurl the lightning whithersoever each has thought fit, why do they not take special care that those who are guilty of reckless and detestable wickedness may, being struck, inhale the flames of lightning into their pierced breasts as a bitter warning to mortals? And why rather is he who is conscious to himself of no one disgraceful act, involved and overwhelmed, innocent as he is, with flames, and carried off suddenly with a whirlwind and fire from heaven? Why also, if the gods hurl thunderbolts at men, do they ever seek solitary places and labour in vain? Or do they then exercise their arms and strengthen their elbows? And why, it may be asked, do they suffer the weapon of Father Jupiter to be blunted against the earth? Or why does he himself suffer it, and not save it for his enemies? Furthermore, why does Jupiter never hurl his bolts over the earth, and scatter abroad thunder from a clear sky? Does he wait till storms threaten, and, when the clouds have spread over the heaven, come down into their vortex, that he may hensing the strokes of his weapon from a nearer point? For what reason, moreover, does he hurl his bolts into the sea? Of what does he accuse the waves, and the watery flood, and the liquid plains? Besides, if he wishes us to guard against the blow of the thunderbolt, why does he hesitate to contrive means that we may see it when it's hurled? But if he desires to overwhelm us with his lightning unawares, why does he thunder in the quarter from which he aims, so that we may avoid it? Why does he first excite darkness and noises and murmurings in the air? And how can you believe that he hurls his bolts in various directions at the same time? Or would you venture to say it never occurs that many strokes take effect at the same time? But it has often occurred, and must often occur, that as, in a storm, rains and showers fall on many places at once, so many thunderstrokes are discharged on the earth at the same moment. Moreover, why does he shatter the sacred temples of the other gods, and his own stately abodes, with his destructive lightning? And why does he break in pieces the well-wrought statues of the divinities, and rob his own images of honour by violent disfigurement? And why does he generally aim at high places? At which it is evident that he does aim, inasmuch as we see most traces of his fire, and see them more distinctly upon the loftiest mountains. End of section 16.
Section 17 of On the Nature of Things. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. On the Nature of Things, by Lucretius. Translated by John Selby Watson. Section 17, Book 6, Part 2. Furthermore, it is easy to understand from these observations how those phenomena, which the Greeks from their nature have called presteres, sent down from above, descend into the sea. For it sometimes happens that they drop like a column let down from the sky into the ocean, around which column the waters boil, being excited by violent blasts of wind, and whatever vessels are then caught in that vortex are tossed about and incur the greatest danger. This occurs when, as is at times the case, the impetuous force of the wind is not able to burst a cloud of which it has taken possession, but bears it down, so that it becomes by degrees like a pillar reaching from the heaven into the sea, as if something were thrust down from above with a hand, and the force of an arm, and stretched into the waters. Hence, when the fury of the wind has burst the cloud, it rushes forth into the sea, and excites an extraordinary agitation among the waves. For the blast descends as a rolling whirlwind, and brings down with it the cloud, which is of a yielding substance, and not easy to be disruptured, and when it has once thrust the heavy body of the cloud into the water of the ocean, it suddenly plunges itself wholly into the waves, and disturbs all the sea with a mighty noise, forcing it to boil with agitation. It happens also at times that a vortex of wind involves itself in clouds, gathering up cloudy atoms from the air, and imitates, as it were, a prester sent down from heaven. When this vortex has descended to the earth and has burst, it vomits forth, and tempests abroad, the impetuous fury of a whirlwind. But such a vortex, because it is formed but seldom, and because the hills must obstruct its progress on the land, appears more commonly in the wide prospect and open atmosphere over the sea. Clouds are formed when many atoms of a rough and hooked nature, flying in the higher region of the heaven above us, have suddenly come together and combined, atoms which, though attached only in a slight degree, may yet be held united in a body. These first cause small clouds to gather; those small clouds then unite, and are combined with one another, and as they join, swell and are carried along by the winds with such violence, that at length a raging tempest arises. It occurs too that the nearer to any part of the sky the elevated summits of the hills are, so much the more constantly do they smoke, as it were, with the thick mist of a yellow cloud, because when the clouds first gather, and before the eye can discern their thin substance, the winds, carrying them off, collect them on the highest tops of the hills. Here at last it happens that, when a larger collection is formed, one dense and solid cloud seems both to show itself and to rise at the same time from the summit of the hills into the clear sky. For the nature of the ground itself, and our own perceptions as we climb high mountains, demonstrate that breezy eminences are open to the ascent of exhalations. Besides, that nature raises many atoms of vapour from the whole surface of the ocean, garments suspended upon the shore testify, inasmuch as they contract and retain moisture. To augment the clouds, therefore, many atoms seem likely to arise from the motion of the salt water, for the nature and action of all waters is similar. Moreover, we observe mists and vapours arise from all rivers, and from the earth itself also, which, exhaled from it like a breath, are in the same manner carried upwards, and cover the sky with obscurity, and, uniting together by degrees, form clouds high in the air. For the influence of the starry heaven above, too, keeps down the vapours, and, condensing them, weaves the blue sky over, as it were, with clouds. It is possible likewise that to this assemblage of clouds may come seminal atoms from without the heaven, which may assist to form mists and flying storms. For I have shown that the number of primordial atoms is countless, and that the extent of the depth of space is infinite, and I have demonstrated too with how great celerity seminal particles fly, and how instantaneously they have power to pass through an inexpressible distance. It is not therefore wonderful if storms and darkness, diffused from above, cover in a short time such vast mountains as well as the whole sea and land, since on every side exits and entrances are allowed to the elemental atoms through all the passages of the air, and, as it were, through all the breathing places of the vast universe around. Attend now, and I will explain how rain collects in the clouds above, and how the showers are precipitated and descend upon the earth. In the first place I shall observe that many atoms of moisture arise, together with the clouds themselves, from all things on the earth, and that both these substances, the clouds and the water which is contained in the clouds, increase together in the same manner as our body grows together with the blood that is in it, and as sweat and other moisture, which are diffused throughout the limbs, are augmented together with them. The clouds too, when the wind drives them over the wide sea, frequently attract much moisture from the salt water, like fleeces of wool suspended in the air. In like manner moisture is raised from all rivers into the clouds, where, when numerous particles of water have in many ways collected, and have been augmented from every quarter, the swollen clouds strive for two reasons to discharge themselves, for the force of the wind presses them, and the mass of clouds itself, when a greater body than ordinary has united, urges and weighs them down from above, and makes the rain flow forth upon the earth. Moreover, when the clouds are rarefied by the wind, or when they are dissolved by the influence of the sun's heat from above, they forthwith discharge rain; their moisture distilling as wax, thoroughly melted, drops over a strong fire. But violent rain takes place when the clouds are vehemently urged by both forces, being densely heaped upon one another and pressed by the impetuosity of the wind. And rains are accustomed to last long and to continue for a considerable period, when many particles of moisture flow together, and when there are clouds on clouds heaped one over another, pouring down water from above, and from every part around, and when the whole earth, fuming with vapour, sends back moisture into the air. Then, when the sun, in the midst of a dark storm, and when the rain descends opposite to him, has shone upon the shower with his rays, the hues of the rainbow appear upon the black clouds. Other matters which gather above us and are produced above us, and all bodies, all I say without exception, which collect in the clouds, as snow, wind, hail, and cold frost, as well as the strong power of ice, the great hardener of the waters, and the restraint which everywhere delays the eager rivers, all these, though numerous, it is yet very easy to understand and to comprehend how they are produced, and from what cause they arise, when you have thoroughly learned what virtues and qualities belong to the atoms which constitute their substance. Give me now your attention further, and learn what is the cause of earthquakes. And first, suppose the earth to be below as it is above, filled in every part with airy caverns, and containing also in its bosom many lakes and many pools, as well as stones and fissured rocks; while you must likewise suppose that it rolls along forcibly, beneath the surface of the soil, many hidden rivers, floods, and submerged rocks; for nature herself requires that the earth be similar to itself throughout. These points, then, being laid down and admitted, the earth quakes on the surface when it is shaken by great falls of substances beneath, as when age brings down vast caverns, for then whole mountains sink, and, from the violent shock, tremblings spread far and wide in a moment, an effect which we may naturally imagine, since whole houses totter by the side of a road when shaken with wagons, though of no great weight; nor are edifices less agitated when the stout drivers of chariots hurry along the street the iron rounds of the wheels. It happens also that when a large mass of earth rolls down, from the effects of time, into a wide and deep pool of water, the water is agitated, and the earth too trembles with the concussion of the flood, as a vessel of liquid cannot stand still upon the ground unless the liquid, after being shaken, has ceased to sway with a rocking motion within it. Moreover, when wind, collected in the hollow places under the earth, bears strongly from one quarter, and, struggling with vast power, crowds into the deep caverns, the earth, towards the part where the force of the blast directs itself, inclines and gives way; and then the buildings which are erected upon the earth's surface, sloping and being driven from the perpendicular, lean in the same direction, and so much the more as they respectively rise higher into the air, while the beams, being stretched, stand out, as ready to start from their places. And do men hesitate to believe that a time of ruin and destruction awaits the whole fabric of the world, when they see so vast a mass of the earth give way? Whereas even now, unless the winds were to remit their fury, no power could save all things, or could hinder them from going to destruction; but because they relax and struggle by turns, and, as if collecting their force, return to the charge, and then retreat as if repulsed, the earth on this account oftener threatens ruin than actually suffers it; for it inclines and starts back, as it were, only for a time, and then, making an effort with its whole weight, recovers its station. From this cause, accordingly, all our houses tremble and reel, the highest more than the middling more than the lowest scarcely at all. There is also this cause of great quaking of the earth to be mentioned. When wind and any vast quantity of air, collected either without or within the earth, has suddenly thrown itself into hollow places under the ground, it there rages at first with violent fury among the vast caverns, and rolls and urges itself along; but at length, when its force is roused and excited, it bursts forth abroad, and, cleaving the deep soil, forms a huge yawning chasm, as happened in Syrian Sidon, and was seen at Aegum in the Peloponnesus; which cities such an eruption of air and an earthquake produced at the same time overthrew and destroyed. Many other cities also, by reason of violent earthquakes, have sunk down to the ground, and many cities with their inhabitants have been overwhelmed in the sea. But if the force of the air and violent fury of the wind do not burst through the soil, they yet spread like shuddering blasts through the numerous openings in the ground, and thus cause a tremor on the surface, as cold, when it penetrates into our limbs, shakes them and compels them to tremble and quiver against our will. Men therefore in cities are appalled on such occasions with double terror, for they dread the buildings above them, and are afraid at the same time lest the earth should suddenly break up the depths below, and lest, being disruptured and disordered, it should open wide its jaws and prepare to fill them with its own ruins. Though men, therefore, think that the heavens and the earth will be imperishable and are entrusted to eternal safety, yet at times the present influence of danger causes in some degree the sensation of fear; a fear lest the earth, suddenly withdrawn from beneath their feet, should sink down into a gulf, and lest the sum of things, utterly overthrown, should follow it, and only a confused wreck of the world remain. I must now proceed to give a reason why the sea knows no augmentation. In the first place, men wonder that nature does not necessarily enlarge the ocean, into which there is so great a conflux of waters, and into which the rivers run from all quarters. But add to the rivers, if you please, the wandering showers and flying storms, which scatter and discharge themselves over all the sea and the earth. Add, if you please, the sources of the rivers; yet all these, compared with the vastness of the sea, are but as one drop of water for the augmentation of the whole. It is no wonder, therefore, that the mighty ocean is not increased. Besides, the sun, by the influence of his heat, draws a large portion away from it. For we observe how the sun dries with his burning rays garments that are drenched with moisture. But the ocean, we see, is large and widely extended beneath his beams, and although, therefore, the sun may exhale but a small portion of the moisture from each spot on the sea, it will yet deduct a large quantity from its waters throughout so great an extent of surface. Moreover, the winds, I say, which sweep the ocean, may carry off a considerable portion of its liquid, for we often see the roads, after being drenched with rain, dried in a single night, and a crust of mud, which before was soft, hardened and congealed upon them. The clouds too I have before shown take up a large quantity of moisture, which is attracted by them from the vast surface of the ocean, and which they sprinkle, in various parts, over the whole round of the earth, at times when rain falls on the ground, and when the winds drive the clouds athwart the sky. Lastly, since the earth is of a porous consistence, and is in contact with the sea, encompassing the shores of the deep on all sides, the water as it flows from the earth into the sea must likewise pass reciprocally from the salt sea into the earth, for the salt is strained off, and the pure substance of the water flows back into the ground, and collects all together at the sources of rivers, from whence it returns in fresh streams over the earth, wherever passage once cut has conveyed the flood in its liquid course. I shall now explain what is the cause that fires at times burst forth with such tempestuous fury from the jaws of Mount Aetna. For it was not from any divine origin of calamity that a storm of fire, rising and raging over the fields of the Sicilians, attracted to itself the attention of the neighbouring nations, when, observing all the regions of heaven covered with smoke, and gleaming with flames, they felt their breasts filled with awful anxiety, dreading what new catastrophe nature might design to produce. In contemplating such subjects as these, you must stretch your view widely and deeply, and look far abroad in all directions, that you may remind yourself that the sum of things is vast, and reflect how very small, how infinitely small a part of the whole universe is this one haven, not even so considerable a part as one man is of the whole earth. This point, if you fully consider and fully understand, when it is fairly presented to your mind, you may forbear to wonder at many things which now excite your admiration. For in respect to our own bodies, which of us is surprised if any of his neighbours has contracted a fever that spreads through his frame with a burning heat, or has felt any other painful disease in his limbs? Since the foot often swells on a sudden, a sharp pang frequently seizes the teeth, or darts through the eyes, erysipelas arises, and creeping through the frame burns whatever part it has attacked, and spreads itself over the limbs. Nor is it strange that such maladies should occur, for there are atoms ready to produce many effects, and this earth and air contain seeds enough of noxious disease, from which an abundance of infinite disorder may have its growth. Thus, too, we must suppose that, as to our own bodies, so to the whole heaven and earth are plentifully supplied all kinds of atoms from the immensity of matter, by the effects of which the earth, being suddenly moved, may quake with agitation, while a rapid hurricane may rush over sea and land, the fire of Aetna may swell forth, and the heaven be in a blaze; for even this happens, even the celestial regions glow with heat. Thus, too, storms of rain arise with a greater combination of force when particles of moisture have in like manner chanced to unite themselves. But the raging fire of Aetna, you will say, is extraordinarily great. Doubtless, I answer, and a river which has been seen by any person appears extraordinarily great to him who has never before seen a greater; and a man or a tree possibly appears large to the eyes of some animals, and every one imagines everything of every sort, which is the greatest that he has seen, to be extremely large, although all things that he beholds, together with the heaven and the earth and the ocean, are as nothing in comparison with the entire sum of the entire whole. I will now, however, explain by what causes the fire of Aetna, when suddenly excited, bursts forth from its vast furnaces. In the first place, the fabric of the mountain is hollow underneath, supported for the most part by arches of flintstone. In all the caverns, moreover, is wind and air, for air, when it is moved by any agitating impulse, becomes wind. When this air, then, has grown hot, and has heated all the rocks and earth round about, as far as it reaches, and elicited from them fire raging with violent flames, it mounts up, and thus expels the blaze straight from the jaws of the mountain, high into the air, and spreads it far abroad, and scatters the embers to a great distance, and rolls forth smoke heavy with thick darkness, while it darts out, at the same time, rocks of a wonderful weight. You cannot therefore doubt but that it is the violent force of air which produces these effects. Besides, the sea for a considerable distance alternately breaks its waves and again retracts its tide at the base of that mountain. From this sea caverns extend underground as far as the ascending jaws of the mountain. By these caverns you must admit, for fact absolutely compels you, that blasts of wind enter and penetrate from the open sea, and thus exalt the flame, and cast up rocks, and raise clouds of sand. For on the summit of the mountains are craters, as the Greek call them, but which we call jaws and mouths. There are some phenomena too, for which it is not sufficient to assign merely one cause, but it is requisite to enumerate many, of which, however, only one can be the true cause; as if, for example, you should see the dead body of a man lying on the ground at a distance, you naturally run over all the probable causes of his death, that the one cause of it may be sure to be mentioned. For neither perhaps can you prove that he died by the sword, nor of the effects of cold, nor by disease, nor by poison, but we know that it is something of this destructive nature that has happened to him. This same observation we may make in respect to many other things. The Nile, the river of all Egypt, is the only one of all streams in the world that swells towards summer and inundates the fields. This river waters Egypt from time to time during the middle of the hot season, and this happens, possibly, because the north winds, which are said to be Etesian winds, prevail at that time in the summer over against the mouth of the river, and, blowing up the stream, retard it, and thus, forcing the flood up the channel, fill it, and compel the waters to stagnate. For without doubt these breezes, which come from the cold stars of the North Pole, advance against the stream. The river flows from the warm countries, taking its rise from the extreme south, and from the regions of noonday amidst the races of mankind blackened with scorching heat. It is possible also that a great collection of sand, at times when the sea, excited by the wind, drives the sand within the bed of the river, may cause obstruction at the mouth of the stream to the waters coming towards it. By this means it may happen that the outlet of the river may be less free, and that the current of the water likewise may be rendered less impetuous. It is also possible, perhaps, that rain may fall more abundantly near its source at the very time when the Etesian winds from the north drive all the clouds into those parts. For when the clouds, impelled towards the regions of the south, have collected there in a body, they are at last pressed and driven against the lofty mountains, and compelled by the force of the wind to discharge their waters. Perhaps, too, it may have its increase entirely from the high hills of the Ethiopians, at the time when the sun, shining on all parts of them, forces the white snow, with his dissolving rays, to descend in a flood upon the plains. Give me now your attention, and I will show with what nature and qualities the regions and lakes which are called Avernian are distinguished. In the first place, as to the circumstance that they are named Avernian, that name has been given them from their peculiar property, inasmuch as they are destructive to all kinds of birds, and because when any of the feathered tribe have in their flight come over against those parts, forgetful of their steerage, they relax the sails of their pinions, and, sinking down with powerless neck, fall headlong on the ground, if, perchance, the nature of the parts beneath allow them to fall thus, or into the water, if a lake of Avernus happen to be stretched under them. Such a spot is near Cumae, where the hills smoke from being charged with vivid sulphur, and abounding with hot springs. There is also a place within the walls of Athens, on the very summit of the hill, close by the temple of bountiful Tritonian Pallas, to which the hoarse crows never direct their flight, not even when the altars smoke with offerings. So carefully do they avoid, not the violent wrath of Pallas on account of watchfulness, as the poets of the Greek have sung, but the fumes of the sulphur, for the nature of the place produces this effect of itself. There is also reported to be a place in Syria, plainly to be seen, to which, as soon as 4-footed animals have directed their steps, the very nature of it causes them to fall heavily on the earth, as if they were suddenly made a sacrifice to the infernal deities. But all these things are effected by the operation of nature, and the origin of them, and from what causes they arise, is apparent; so that the gate of Tartarus must not be thought to be situate in these regions, nor, moreover, must we imagine that the infernal deities can possibly draw souls down from hence into the coasts of Acheron, as swift stags, with the breath of their nostrils, are often supposed to draw the crawling tribes of serpents from their hiding places. But observe, I pray you, how far all this is at variance with just reasoning, for I now proceed to give you a full explanation concerning this very subject. In the first place, I assert this, which I have also frequently asserted before, that there are in the earth all kinds of forms of the atoms of things, of which there are many that are wholesome for food, and many that may bring on disease and hasten death. We have also previously shown that for different animals, with regard to the substance of life, some substances are better adapted than others, on account of their dissimilar natures, and opposite constitution one to the other, and the primary figures of their seminal particles. Many noxious atoms pass through the ears, many that are offensive and harsh to the sense penetrate through the nostrils, nor are there few only which are to be avoided by the touch, or shunned by the sight, or which are bitter to the taste. You may notice too how many things are of a violently pernicious influence on mankind, both disagreeable and deadly. To certain trees, we may first observe, has been assigned a poisonous shade, so that they often cause pains in the head if any one lies stretched on the grass beneath them. There is likewise on the high mountains of Helicon a tree which has been known to kill a man by the malignant odour of its blossom. All these destructive substances, you will understand, spring from the ground, because the earth contains many seeds of many things mingled in many ways, and distributes them separately to different productions. And when a night taper, just extinguished, strikes a person's nostrils with a pungent odour, it takes away his senses, so that he falls down on the very spot, as when that disease takes effect which is accustomed to stretch men at full length. And a woman, overcome with the strong scent of castor, if she has smelled it at the time at which she discharges her menses, falls backward, and her elegant work drops from her tender hands. And many other things relax the organs, causing them to languish throughout the body and disturb the soul in its seat within. Besides, if, with a stomach too full, you even stay long in a warm bath, or are drenched in a layer of tepid water, how easily may it often happen that you may fall down fainting in the middle of it. And how easily does the oppressive vapour and scent of charcoal find an entrance into the brain, unless we have first taken a draught of water. But when it has penetrated through all the well-warmed apartments of a house, the odour of wine then falls like a deadly blow upon the nerves. Do you not observe also that sulphur is produced in the earth itself, and that bitumen, with its offensive smell, forms concretions in it? When, moreover, men seek for veins of silver and gold, searching the hidden depths of the earth with iron instruments, how strong an odour does the mine exhale from beneath? Or have you not learned how much poison is in the earth for gold mines to exhale? What sort of looks and complexions do they produce in the men who work in them? Do you not remark or hear from others in how short a time they are wont to waste away, and how length of life is necessarily withheld from those whom superior power confines in such an employment? The earth, evidently, steams forth all these vapours, and breathes them out into the regions of the air which are open and ready to receive them. So likewise the regions of Avernus must send up from beneath a vapour destructive to birds, a vapour which ascends from the earth into the air, in such abundance as to poison the body of the atmosphere to a certain extent. So that, as soon as a bird has been borne thither on its wings, it is there stopped, being so violently affected by the invisible poison, that it drops down over against the spot where the exhalation raises itself. And when the bird has fallen there, this same force of the exhalation takes away the remains of life from all its members. For at first it only excites, as it were, a certain giddiness in the birds, but afterwards, when they have fallen from on high on the very sources of the poison, it comes to pass that they must there yield up even their life, because a vast quantity of the poisonous exhalation surrounds them. It happens also at times that this vapour and exhalation of Avernus disperses the air which intervenes between the birds and the earth, so that that portion of the atmosphere is left from this cause almost empty, and when the birds in their flight have come over against this part, the effort of their wings immediately halts and grows ineffectual, and every struggle of their pinions on either side is unsupported. Thus, when they are unable to flap their wings or to rest upon them, nature, you will understand, compels them to descend to the earth by their own weight, and accordingly, sinking down through the part which is almost a vacuum, they disperse abroad their lives through every pore of the body. End of Section 17.
Section 18 of On the Nature of Things. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa. On the Nature of Things by Lucretius. Translated by John Selby Watson. Section 18. Book 6, Part 3. Water in wells, moreover, grows cooler in summer, and for this reason, that the earth is then rarefied by the heat, and emits rapidly into the air any atoms of warmth which it may happen to contain. The more, accordingly, the earth is exhausted of its heat, the cooler also does the water become, which is concealed underground. And on the contrary, too, when the earth is contracted and condensed and congealed as it were with cold, It happens that, as it contracts, it discharges into the wells whatever heat it contains. Near the temple of Jupiter Ammon there is said to be a fountain which is cold in the day and warm in the night. At the peculiarity of this fountain men greatly wonder, and imagine that the earth is heated in its turn by the power of the sun from beneath during the time when night has covered the earth with its awful darkness, a supposition which is too much opposed to just reasoning. For since the sun, striking on the uncovered body of water at noonday, when the rays from above are possessed of such violent heat, cannot make it warm even on the surface, how can this same sun act upon the water and infuse into it his quickening heat from beneath the earth, which is of so dense and solid a consistence, especially when he can scarce make his warmth by means of his glowing rays penetrate through the walls of houses? What then is the cause? It is evidently this, that certain ground, less dense than the rest of the ground, encircles this fountain, and that there are many atoms of heat near the body of water. Hence, when night covers the earth with its dewy shade, the ground underneath immediately becomes cold and contracts. By this process it happens that the soil, as if it were compressed with the hand, discharges into the fountain whatever atoms of heat it contains, which make the water warm to the touch, as well as the steam of it. Afterwards, when the sun with his morning rays has relaxed and rarefied the earth, as his active heat mingles with it, the atoms of heat return again into their former places, and all the warmth of the water passes into the ground. From this cause the fountain becomes cold in the daytime. Besides, the water is acted upon by the rays of the sun as the day comes on, and is rarefied by the tremulous heat of his beams. It accordingly happens that whatever particles of heat it contains, it disperses, as water often dispels the cold which it contains, and dissolves its ice, and relaxes its fetters. There is also a cold spring at Dodona, over which, when tow is placed, it frequently, catching fire at once, throws out flame, and in like manner a torch lighted at its waters casts a radiance wherever it swims or is impelled by the winds over the surface, the cause evidently being that there are in the water many atoms of heat, and particles of warmth must also arise from the earth itself over all the bottom of the fountain, and be exhaled and passed forth at the same time into the air. Yet these particles must not be so vivid as that the spring can be rendered hot by them. Besides, some powerful influence excites those atoms of heat, when dispersed abroad, to burst suddenly upwards through the water, and to combine on the surface, as in the sea around Arados there is a spring of fresh water which bubbles up through it, and puts aside the salt waves around it. And in many other places the sea affords a seasonable relief to thirsty mariners, inasmuch as it casts up fresh water among the salt. Thus, too, those atoms of heat may burst up through that fountain of which we have spoken, and diffuse themselves abroad among the tow, which atoms, when they combine together, or adhere to the substance of the tow or torch, easily take fire at once, because tow and torches contain likewise many particles of heat, which may unite with those in the water to produce flame. Do you not observe also that when you hold the wick of a lamp recently extinguished to a night taper, it takes fire before it touches the flame? And have you not noticed a torch catch fire in the like manner? Many other substances, too, affected by the mere heat, begin to burn at a distance from a fire before its flame closely involves them. Such, therefore, we must conceive to be the case with respect to that fountain. In the next place I shall proceed to show by what law of nature it happens that the stone, which the Greeks call a magnet, from the name of the region that produced it, for it was first found in the country of the Magnetes, has the power to attract iron. At this stone men look with astonishment, for it often exhibits a chain of little rings suspended from it, since you may at times see 5 or more, hanging in a straight line, oscillate in a gentle breeze, whilst one depends from another attached to it underneath, and whilst they feel from each other the influence and attraction of the stone, so thoroughly does its force pervade the whole succession of rings. In matters of this kind you must establish many points before you can state the principle of the thing itself, and I must accordingly approach the subject by a long circuit of introductory remarks, on which account I entreat your attentive ear and favourable regard. In the first place, from all bodies, whatsoever we behold, there must necessarily flow and be emitted and dispersed certain substances which strike the eye and excite vision. Odours, too, are perpetually flying off from some bodies, as cold is also diffused from rivers, heat from the sun, spray from the billows of the ocean, which consumes walls near the shore. Nor do various voices cease to flit through the air. Moreover, the moisture, so to speak, of a salt taste comes often into the mouth when we are walking near the sea, and when we look at diluted wormwood being mixed, a bitterness affects our palate. So evident is it that a certain substance is carried off perpetually from all bodies, and is dispersed in all parts round them, nor is there any delay or rest allowed to the efflux, since we constantly perceive it with our senses, and may see all objects at all times, and smell them, and hear them sound. Here I shall observe again that which is set forth in the first part of my poem, namely, of how porous a consistence bodies are. For, though to understand this is of importance to many subjects, it is especially necessary to establish with regard to the very matter immediately under our notice, concerning which I am proceeding to speak, that there is nothing in the whole of things before us but body intermingled with vacuity. It is apparent, first of all, that in caverns the overhanging rocks exude moisture, and distil running drops. From the whole of our bodies also perspiration trickles, our beard springs forth from them, and hairs arise all over our limbs and members. The food which we take is distributed through all our veins, and swells and nourishes the extreme parts of the body, and even the very nails. We feel cold too, and vivid heat penetrate through brass. We feel them likewise pass through gold and silver, when we are holding full cups. Moreover, voices fly through the stone walls of houses, odours and cold pervade them, as well as the heat of fire, which has power to penetrate even the substance of iron, as is felt where the corselet confines the circuit of the neck. The infection of disease likewise penetrates walls, as it enters into houses from without. Philosophers, too, with reason, send far back again into the depths of heaven and earth the tempest which has burst forth from the earth and the heaven, since they rightly consider that there is no combination of matter, ethereal or terrestrial, which is not of a consistence far from impenetrable to other atoms. To this is to be added that all atoms which are discharged from bodies are not possessed of the same power to affect the senses, nor are they all alike adapted to all substances. The sun, we may first observe, extracts the moisture from the earth and renders it dry, while it melts ice and forces the snows piled on the high mountains to dissolve in the heat of its rays. Wax, too, placed in the warmth of the sun, becomes liquid. Fire, moreover, melts brass and dissolves gold, but contracts and draws together the hides and flesh of animals. Water also hardens iron when fresh from the fire, but softens hides and flesh when hardened with heat. The wild olive tree, than which there is nothing that grows more bitter to the taste of man, delights the bearded goats, as if it were flavoured with nectar and ambrosia. Swine, besides, shrink from ointment of amaracus, and dread every kind of perfume, for that which seems at times to restore us, as it were, to life, is to bristly boars strong poison. But mud, on the contrary, which is to us most repulsive filth, seems clean and attractive to swine, so that they roll themselves over and over in it without being tired. There is this likewise which remains to be noticed, and which seems necessary to be stated before I proceed to speak of the exact subject before us. Since in various bodies are situated many pores, These pores must be distinguished by natures differing from one another, and have respectively their own forms and shapes. For there are various senses in animals, of which each perceives for itself its own peculiar object, since we observe that by one sense sounds penetrate into us, by another taste from the juices of food, by another the smell of perfume. Besides, one thing seems to pass through stone, another through wood, another through gold. One substance seems to penetrate silver, and another glass, for through the latter images seem to pass, and through the former heat. One thing, too, seems to penetrate through the same passages quicker than another. This difference, you may be certain, the nature of the passages obliges to exist, since it evidently varies, as we showed a little above, according to the different consistence and texture of bodies. For which reason, since all these points are established and laid down, and everything prepared and made ready for us, the principle of the magnet will hence, moreover, be easily shown, and the whole cause which attracts the substance of the iron will be made manifest. In the first place, many atoms or effluvia must necessarily fly off from the stone, which, by their impact, disperse the air that is situate betwixt the stone and the iron. When this space is emptied, and a large void is made between them, atoms of the iron, immediately darting forward, rush in a body into the vacuum, and the whole ring of necessity follows, and passes onward with its whole body. For no substance coheres and combines more closely, having its primary elements intimately involved, than the cold and rough consistence of stout iron. It is therefore the less wonderful if, as is stated, certain of its atoms, starting forth in a body from the iron itself, cannot rush into the void without the whole ring following, which it does, and continues to move until it has reached the stone itself, and has become fixed to it by secret attachment. The same process takes place on all sides, and wherever an empty space is formed, whether at the side of the iron or above it, the nearest atoms tend immediately into the void. For they are impelled by impacts from other surrounding atoms, nor can they of themselves rise upwards, or pass away from the magnet into the air. To this is to be added another reason why this motion of the atoms may still more certainly take place, namely, that as soon as the air before the ring has become thinner, and the space between it and the magnet more vacant and open, it immediately happens that the air which is situate at the back of the ring carries it forward, as it were, and impels it from behind. For the air surrounding all bodies continually strikes upon them, but the air that surrounds the iron drives it forward at such times as it approaches the magnet, because the space on one side is empty and receives it into itself. And this air, too, of which I am speaking, subtly conveying itself through the numerous pores of the iron into its small recesses, thrusts and pushes it forward. This substance of the iron, accordingly, is helped forward by this assistance and impulse, as ships and their sails are driven onwards by the wind. All bodies, moreover, must contain air in their substance, since their consistence is more or less porous, and air surrounds and is in contact with everything. This air, then, which is concealed within the iron, is continually agitated with a restless motion, and thus, doubtless, strikes upon the ring, and moves it, as you may conceive, internally. And the whole air, within and without, tends in the same direction in which it has once started, and where it has found a vacuum to assist its efforts. It happens, too, at times, that the substance of the iron recedes from this stone, as if accustomed to start back from it and to follow it by turns. Thus have I seen iron rings of Samothrace, as well as filings of iron, lying in brazen basins, thrown into agitation and start up when the magnet was applied underneath, so that it seems desirous to flee away from the lodestone when the brass is interposed. For it is by the intervention of the brass that so great an aversion is produced. since, as is evident, when the effluvia of the brass have preoccupied and filled up the open pores of the iron, the effluvia of the stone follow, and find all parts of the iron full, and have no way to pass through as they would have had before. They are therefore obliged to strike against the substance of the iron, and to drive it upward with their own stream, by which means the magnet repels from itself and drives away through the brass that metal which, without the interference of the brass, it most frequently attracts. But do not wonder, in the consideration of these subjects, that the effluvia from this stone cannot also repel other substances. For some substances remain unmoved, as being sustained by their own weight, of which sort is gold, and others cannot be repulsed, because they are of a porous consistence, so that the effluvia pass through them unobstructed, of which kind wood appears to be. The substance of iron, however, is placed between these two, so that when it has admitted certain atoms of the brass, it is then possible for the stream of particles from the magnet to impel it. Nor are these mutual affinities of the magnet and iron so unlike the affections of all other substances, but that many instances of the kind occur to me, instances of bodies which I could mention as remarkably adapted to each other. In the first place, you see stones cemented only with lime. Wood is joined together with glue prepared from certain parts of oxen, and with such strength that the veins of boards will open in cracks sooner than the seams of ox glue will relax their fastenings. The juice of the vine is willing to mingle with spring water, while heavy pitch and light olive oil refuse to unite with it. The purple colour of the murex so blends in one body with wool that it can never be extracted from it, not even if you should strive to restore the wool to its whiteness with all the waves of the sea, not even if the whole ocean with all its floods should be disposed to cleanse it. Moreover, one substance only couples gold with gold, and brass is united with brass only by pewter. How many other facts of this nature is it possible to produce? But to what purpose would it be? Neither are such long digressions necessary for you, nor does it become me to bestow so much labour on this one subject, but it is proper for me to comprise many matters in brief space, and in few words. To conclude, then, respecting the magnet, between those bodies whose textures so mutually correspond that the cavities of this answer to the prominences of that, and the cavities of that to the prominences of this, the best union is evidently formed. It is possible also, we may observe, that some bodies may be held united as if with rings and hooks, a mode of union which seems to take place, rather than any other, between the lodestone and iron. I shall now explain what is the nature and origin of diseases, and how a morbid infection of the air, suddenly arising, may spread deadly destruction among the race of mankind and the tribes of inferior animals. In the first place, I have already shown that there are in many substances atoms which tend to preserve our life, and on the other hand many must necessarily fly abroad which are productive of disease and death. And when these have by chance combined and disordered the air when in this state consequently becomes unwholesome. And all this prevalence and pestilentialness of diseases arise either from without the earth, as clouds and mists gather in the heaven above us, or spring, as frequently happens, from the earth itself, when, drenched with immoderate and untimely rains, and acted upon by fierce rays of the sun, it has contracted a kind of putrescence. Do you not observe also how those who visit any place far from their country and their home are affected by the change in the air and water? And this happens because the substances in those elements greatly differ. For how much must we suppose that the air of the Britons varies from that which is in Egypt, where the north pole of the world fails to show itself? Or how much must we imagine that that which hangs over Pontus differs from that which stretches over Cadiz, and towards the races of men blackened by the parching heat of the sun? These 4 kinds of air which we observe to proceed from the 4 winds and 4 several quarters of the heaven, we know to be different one from another, and the complexion and looks of the men also appear to differ widely, and peculiar diseases seem to affect each individual nation. There is the disease called leprosy, which has its rise on the river Nile in the middle of Egypt, and in no other country. In Attica the feet are affected with the gout, and in the country of Achaia the eyes are afflicted with soreness. Hence various regions are unfavourable to various parts and members, and this effect the difference of the air produces. When that air, therefore, which to us is strong poison, puts itself in motion, and an unwholesome atmosphere begins to spread, it creeps along by degrees like a mist or cloud, and disorders the whole heaven wherever it advances, and compels it to alter its nature. It happens accordingly that when this corrupt air has at length joined our air, it infects it, and renders it like itself, and unsuitable for us. This new malady and pest, therefore, either suddenly falls into the water, or penetrates into the very corn, or into other food of men and cattle. Or even, as may be the case, the infection remains suspended in the air itself. And when, as we breathe, we inhale the air mingled with it, we must necessarily absorb those seeds of disease into our body. By a similar process a pestilence often spreads among oxen, and contagion among dull sheep. Nor does it make any difference whether we go into climates that are unfavourable to us, and change the atmosphere around us ourselves, or whether nature of her own accord brings upon us corrupt air, or any other affection which we are not accustomed to experience, and which, at its first approach, may infect us with disease. Such a cause of disease, and such deadly vapour in the atmosphere, formerly rendered the fields poisonous throughout the territories of Attica. It both dispeopled the roads, and exhausted the city of its inhabitants. For, having its rise in remote parts, proceeding from the coasts of Egypt, and having passed through a long tract of air, and over the liquid plains of the sea, it at length descended on the people of Pandion, and all were then consigned by troops to disease and death. They first found the head burning with heat, and the eyes red with an extraordinary brilliancy shed over them. The jaws also, which looked black within, exuded blood, and the passage of the voice was clogged and obstructed with ulcers. The tongue, the interpreter of the mind, was covered with drops of gore, and was enfeebled by the disease, slow in its motion, and rough to the touch. Then, when the pestilential influence, descending through the jaws, had filled the chest and gathered in the suffering stomach of the patients, all the defences of life at once gave way. The breath sent forth a fetid odour from the mouth, such as putrid carcasses cast out upon the earth emit. The powers of the whole mind and the whole body grew languid, as if on the very threshold of death. On these intolerable sufferings was perpetually attendant an anxious distress of mind, and complaints mingled with moanings. A retching, too, frequently occurring both by night and by day, convulsed the nerves from time to time, and, contracting the limbs, rendered the sufferers powerless, exhausting those who were already wearied out with pain. Yet you could not perceive the surface of the body of any one externally inflamed with any extraordinary degree of heat, but rather offering a sensation of gentle warmth to the hand. At the same time, however, all the body looked red with ulcers, as if it were burning in it, as it appears when the erysipelas spreads over the limbs. But the internal part of the patient was glowing with heat that penetrated even into the bones. A fire raged in the stomach as in a furnace, so that you could have rendered no garment, however light and thin, of use to the person of any one. They constantly exposed their limbs, burning with the disease, to the wind and the cold, and some threw themselves into cool rivers, precipitating their bodies naked into the waters. Many, approaching the brink with open mouths, hurled themselves headlong down into the water in wells, for a parching thirst, raging insatiably, and driving them to plunge their bodies into the flood, made vast showers seem only as small drops. Nor was there any intermission of the malady. The bodies of men lay exhausted. Medicine spoke in low tones with a secret dread. So incessantly did the patients roll their eyes, which remained wide open, burning with disease, and unvisited by sleep. Many other signs of death at the same time showed themselves. The mind was distracted with anguish and dread. The brow was gloomy, the look wild and fierce, the ears disturbed and filled with noises. The breathing was either fast or thick, or drawn but seldom. There was a moist dew of perspiration shining upon the neck. The saliva was thin, scanty, and tinged with the colour of saffron. It was also salt, and expelled with difficulty from the hoarse throat by coughing. In the hand the nerves contracted, and the whole arm shook. From the feet a coldness rose quickly yet gradually over the body. The nostrils towards the closing hour of life were compressed. The point of the nose was sharp. The eyes were hollow, the temples sunk, the skin cold and hard, a distortion overspreading the mouth, the forehead tense and prominent, and not long after these appearances the limbs lay stretched in rigid death, and for the most part, when the 8th light of the sun shone, or at farthest at his 9th rising, they yielded up their life. Of which sufferers, if any one for a time escaped death, as was possible either by reason of the foul ulcers breaking, or by means of a black discharge from the intestines, yet consumption and destruction awaited him at last, or, as was often the case, an excessive flux of corrupt blood, attended with violent pains in the head, issued from the obstructed nostrils, and by this outlet the whole strength and substance of the man passed away. He, moreover, who had escaped this violent flux of foul blood, was not certain wholly to recover, for still the disease was ready to pass into his nerves and joints, and into the very genial organs of the body. And of those who suffered thus, some, fearing the gates of death, continued to live, though deprived by the steel of the virile part, and some, though without hands and feet, and though they had lost their eyes, yet persisted to remain in life, so strong a dread of death had taken possession of them. Upon some, too, came forgetfulness of all things, so that they knew not even themselves. And though numerous corpses, heaped upon corpses, lay extended over the ground, yet the tribes of birds and of wild beasts either ran off to a distance to avoid the repulsive stench, or, after having tasted the flesh, sickened with instant death. But, indeed, during those days scarcely any bird appeared in the sky, nor did the destructive tribes of savage beasts leave the woods during the nights. Most of them suffered from the disease and died. The faithful spirit of the dog especially stretched along all the streets, unwillingly relinquished life. The force of the disease, however, wrested the vital power from his limbs. Funerals, unattended and solitary, were eagerly hurried over. Nor was there any certain mode of cure common and efficient for all. For that which had secured to one the privilege of breathing the vital air and of beholding the regions of the sky was mere poison to others, and hastened their death. But that which in these circumstances was preeminently deplorable and wretched was that when any one found himself seized with the pestilence, he lay down as if he were condemned to death, sunk in spirit and with a despairing heart, thinking only of death, and gave up the ghost on the same spot on which he fell. At no time, however, did the contagion of the insatiable disease cease to spread itself from one man to another, as a murrain is disseminated among woolly sheep and horned cattle. And this circumstance, even above all others, heaped death upon death. For on those who shrunk from visiting their sick friends, fatal neglect soon took vengeance, as having been too fond of life, and too apprehensive of death, causing them to perish by a squalid and miserable end, deserted by their relatives, and destitute of relief. But those who had been ready to give assistance fell into the malady from infection, and by reason of the duty which shame and the moving entreaties of the sufferers, mingled with sounds of reproach, compelled them to undergo. The most excellent characters, accordingly, incurred this kind of death most frequently. Those, moreover, who strove to bury the multitude of their dead one after another, returned home overcome with weeping and mourning. Hence men were stretched on their beds in great numbers through sorrow and despondency, nor could any one be found whom, in such time of calamity, neither disease, nor death, nor mourning for the loss of friends had affected. Besides, as the pestilence now spread, every shepherd and herdsman, as well as every stout driver of the crooked plough, languished under the infection. Their bodies lay cooped up within their narrow huts, consigned to death from the effects of want and disease. You might have seen the dead corpses of parents stretched on their dead children, and sometimes, again, children expiring on the bodies of their mothers and fathers. And this affliction was brought in no small portion into the city from the country, affliction which a sick and infected multitude of rustics, flocking together from all parts, introduced. They crowded all places of reception and of shelter, for which reason, as they were thus crammed together, death the more easily strewed them in heaps by the force of contagion. Many bodies, from the effects of thirst, lay stretched at the public conduits, prostrate and extended along the road, their breath having been stopped by too great indulgence in the deliciousness of the water. And everywhere along the open and public roads you might have seen powerless limbs, with half-dead bodies of men, horrible with squalor, covered with rags and perishing for want of dressing. There was skin only on the bones, which was itself now almost sunk away by reason of disease of the viscera and overspreading filth. All the sacred temples of the gods, moreover, death had now crowded with carcasses. All the shrines of the divinities in every part stood filled with corpses, for these were places which the attendants of the temples had thronged with strangers. Nor, indeed, was the worship of the gods or their divinities much regarded, for present suffering overcame religious considerations. Nor was the custom of sepulture, with which that pious people had always been accustomed to bury, observed longer in the city. For the whole people, in perturbation, ran hither and thither, and each in his sorrow buried his friend according to his means. Dire poverty, too, with sudden impulse, prompted men to many impious deeds, for they placed their relatives with loud outcries on the funeral piles raised for others, and applied torches to them, often even quarrelling with great bloodshed, rather than the bodies should be left unconsumed. Thus abruptly ends the description of the plague and the poem of Lucretius. Much of the account of the pestilence, as is observed above, is taken from Thucydides. I have not thought it necessary to transcribe in the notes the passages of Thucydides which Lucretius imitates. The English reader may refer to the whole description in Mr. Dale's Thucydides, and the scholar has ample references in Lambinus and Creech. Procopius has given a full account of the plague which began to spread through the world, and devastated the city of Constantinople in the reign of Justinian. An account in which Gibbon says that he has emulated the skill and diligence of Thucydides in his description of the plague at Athens. It is observable that he represents it, like that of Athens, as taking its rise from Egypt. Ethiopia and Egypt, says Gibbon, chapter 43, sub fin, have been stigmatized in every age as the great source and seminary of the plague. In a damp, hot, stagnating air, this African fever is generated from the putrefaction of animal substances, and especially from the swarms of locusts, not less destructive to mankind in their death than in their lives. The assertion of Macrobius, Saturnalia 6.2, that Virgil took the principal colouring and features of his description of a pestilence among cattle, Georgics 3, 478-566, from Lucretius's picture of the Athenian plague, rests on very slight foundation. Virgil may have been induced to write his description in emulation of that of Lucretius, but very little that is actually copied will be found in it. In Ovid's description of the same Athenian pestilence, Metamorphoses 7, 523-613, the attentive reader will find far more marks of imitation. Silius Italicus, 14, 580-617, also, like his great predecessors, gives a description of the plague which attacked the Roman army at the siege of Syracuse. Many of his points are taken from Lucretius, as in the following passage. Helpless the victims sunk, the tongue was parched, cold perspiration o'er the trembling frame flowed copious, while the tumid throat forbade the food's half-forced descent. A vehement cough shook the vexed lungs, and from the arid mouth fumed fiery breath that ceaseless thirst proclaimed. The eyes, that scarce the oppressive light could bear, sunk in deep ghastly hollows by the side of the sharp nose. Foul bile commixed with blood forth gushes from the stomach. The weak limbs, fleshless and wasted, shrink to skin and bone. The general features of pestilential destruction are also carefully detailed by Seneca in his Oedipus, Act 1. Thomson has a passage on the effects of pestilence, Summer, verse 1026 and following. Boccaccio, in his description of the plague at Florence, seems to have had Thucydides in view. If the reader wish to see more accounts of pestilence in imaginative writers, he may consult Defoe's History of the Plague, Wilson's City of the Plague, Brockden Brown's Arthur Mervyn, Horace Smith's Brambletie House, Mrs. Shelley's Last Man, Ainsworth's Old St. Paul's. End of section 18. End of On the Nature of Things by Lucretius, translated by John Selby Watson.